Right, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Dave. This is LoFiTrader, and I am not gonna stutter. I am not gonna stop. We are gonna get right on going. First thing this morning, we're gonna start with the indices, guys. Good morning. New Vision's already in here. Good morning. Good morning. It's good to see you, brother. So we're gonna run through the indices right away, just because everybody wants to see that special little spy chart. And right here she is, looking absolutely beautiful. So we did talk about this for the past, if you guys have been with me, you've been with me through 410 all the way down to 400, and then we watched this thing bounce off that 200-day moving average. So if you're still here with me from the very beginning, thank you very much. If you're brand spanking new, that's a-okay. We're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, baby. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button. But right here, if you look, this SPY bounced right here off this 200-day moving average. And not only there was that, we have a downward trend line here that it's coming back to retest. And we also have this upward trend line that it wants to test. And it tested that. It tested that. Matter of fact, it broke through just a little bit, and then it rubber banded right back up to that $400 area. Check it out, guys. It's almost to the top of that. Now I created this gray matter here for just a little bit better of a visual. I didn't really care for what I pulled, but at least it gives you an idea of kind of where the liquidity sits. And we know that 400 is that psychological area. So if we zoom out on the hourly here, and we just take a look at this thing, I mean, you're coming right up into these highs, this triple top. I mean, we're gonna see something, but what we want to see is at least hold. If we're bears with bull horns, right? We wanna see the long-term investing go higher, then we wanna see this thing trade sideways. Because if it goes straight up, if it goes too high too fast, it's gonna come crashing down too fast. We want to see things start creating some structure. All right, and right now it is looking really, really good. It really is. I really like it. It's looking very constructive, but we need to see it hold. And if we go back, we can even see on the history of this thing, if it does start to hold, it tests 1, 2, 3, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, over a week of trading on this trend line. So this here, I don't think that we're gonna just go straight up, guys. I think we're gonna trade on this trend line for a few days. Now, I could be totally wrong. This is my opinion, not yours. Trade your own book. But things are looking healthy, and I am happy to do some commentary on that because the past couple days have been looking pretty yuck. Technical. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but tactical. It makes me want to say technical, but hello, good morning. It's good to see you. Guys, we're going to hit through these indices. So once we're done with running through these indices, if you guys have any tickers that you want me to look up, just let me know. I'll be happy to do it. So if you're new with us, we use the hourly or the 15 on the top. We use the daily on the bottom just to get a better idea of what's going on. So right here is the IWM, also known as good old Mr. Russell 2000. 2000 because it's about 2,000 businesses inside this chart. So it is sitting at 189. I drew this line out for you guys a long time ago, and this is where it's bouncing, and it's bounced and it's held, and it's bounced and it's held. Now, this is looking like it's really shaping up, okay? I'm not saying that this is a place where you'd want to get in, but we're looking at these to understand how the market might move today. So we can see that the Russell is sitting up here at its high. So is it going to pull back, or are we going to get something constructive and get up into this 192 area today in the Russell? Time will tell. Let's take a look at Netflix. Let's zoom out here on Netflix. So same as Netflix, it's in its area of support, okay? And we'll see how much support this is. We want this upward trend line that I also drew to hold up, right? And it might do the exact same as a lot of your other indices. I mean, if you look, this kind of looks like the Russell. I'm sorry, not the Russell, but a few other stocks where they're testing and they're holding this area. And we'll get to those in just a minute. There's quite a few stocks actually that look a lot like this, this uptrend and around here, this little hook, and now it's basing out. So yeah, so in a sense, like look at the Russell. comes down and it bounces and it bases out. Only it's not coming from the base, we're coming down from the top. So let's take a look at Microsoft, get a better idea of really what's going on here. So the Microsoft is trying to get back above that 200-day moving average. You guys will hear me constantly talk about that 200 moving average. And actually, Dev, we actually will be going through NVIDIA. It's in 3 more tickers, so we'll be there probably in 20 more seconds. So give me one sec, Dev. So Microsoft is pushing up. It's in this liquidity area, and I told you guys, you know, this isn't much of an area of liquidity, but it's its first test, right? It's its first final, I can't call it a final boss, but it's a first boss, right? So it's in here, it's testing, and it wants to push through. So every time it's gotten to this area, it's sold off. And look, it's starting to sell off into this area. But if it can hold off here, trade sideways, this might be its area that it wants to hold and push higher. And that's great news for long-term investors because we're just under that 200-day moving average. We want to get above it because you can see anytime this is above it, look how beautiful that chart is. So if we're above it, Microsoft is going to move like the rest of the market, and it's going to head higher above the 200-day moving average. So next up is Amazon. Now this thing still looks like crap. Now I'm happy to see that we actually got an uptick in Amazon, but I told you guys we're kind of in a liquidity loss here. Like right in this area from this top to this bottom, so 90 to 92, there's like nothing holding the stock up. There's nothing here. So just keep that in mind, guys. We want to see Amazon shape up because it's obviously very heavily weighted in all the indices. So, but it's still looking like a pooper scooper, guys, under that $100. It is. It's a pooper scooper. I'm telling you, it's just a turn of a stock. But we're gonna keep an eye on it. It's obviously Amazon is not gonna die off. It's too big to lose, right? It's gonna shape up eventually, but when is it gonna shape up? And that's what we're doing here, right? All right, next Meta, and then we'll be on to NVIDIA. So Meta, ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about this. After it gapped up on its earnings, we made a little money on this, playing this gap up. I still have my green markers here where we got in, we took a little out, and then we broke for break even. So we actually made a nice little chunk. And if you haven't seen my earnings gappers and how I play the earnings continuations is what we actually call them here, you can go look at the videos. They're on my videos there, but you can do that after the stream, guys. We got 4 hours before you can go watch that stupid video. Only kidding. Everything is great on there. I absolutely love doing these, and I have a passion for doing it. So if you get time, go check it out, and you can see how we play these earning gap up. But anyway, it has broke back down here at this 170, and I told you guys if it breaks this 170, I'm guessing that it's going to come down and at least retest this 200-day moving average down here, okay? Now, it kept shaping up, and I said, look at this downward trend line. If it breaks through to the high side, we might get some room, but keep in mind we have liquidity here. So that's exactly what it did. It popped up, it hit this liquidity twice, sold off, but it held. And that is the key here. That is the key. So if it wants to go up and test these liquidity areas and it wants to push higher, it has to prove it to us, right? So now that it is proven to us and it came back down to test, it didn't even make it all the way down to its 170, and it looks like it's pushing higher. So Meta is looking stronger. Still has some liquidity to push through here, and then its final boss is that 185 level. That 185, you know just as well as I do that it's tested a dozen times here, or maybe half a dozen times. It depends on which time frame you're looking at, maybe. Right? So next up, Dev, we got NVIDIA. Thank you for popping in, Dev. I do appreciate you being active in the comments section. We are trying to form a community here, and the community is only worth what the community puts in. So thank you so much for being active in the comments section. We do appreciate it. Now, NVIDIA. As you guys remember, we had this huge gap up on earnings. This thing gapped up 15% on this kind of stock here. And when I say this kind, I mean a mega cap. You know, this thing is very heavily weighted as well in a lot of our indices. Not so much as, you know, obviously like Apple or Microsoft, but it's still pretty heavily weighted. Now this stock here gapped up on earnings, and we played this 5-minute range break. Okay, we're on the hourly right now, but we played the 5-minute range break, and it did end up stopping us out. The market was still in kind of a territory of misunderstanding, or doesn't understand what's going to happen, right? It pops back up here, and it trades sideways and sells off, but it comes back right back down to this line that we drew after earnings. We drew this line, and it tested that and bounced back off. This isn't a lot of liquidity right here holding this stock up. So it came back down, tested it, and it liked it. It held. So now it's right back into its liquidity area. So please be careful here. We want to see this action trade out, right? NVIDIA is looking really strong. I really, really like it. It didn't give all of its earnings back, right? I mean, that's a huge sign. If it gapped up, roughly 16%, and it came down and it still held 18% of that, over half. Guys, we're talking a pretty strong stock. Holds over half of its gap up on earnings. That means a lot of investors are loving this stock right now. They're holding on to it, right? But those are my those are buy or sell recommendations, guys. It's just, you can see right here, like, look at all this liquidity right here, back here. And that they held. A lot of people sell right before earnings, as you can tell. Big sell-off before earnings, big gap up, so there was a surprise, right? Surprise on earnings, surprise, surprise. Held most of that gap up into this liquidity area and pushing higher. So a lot more here to meet the eye when you zoom out, right? So this little bit here, holding it up, and then we zoom out and we see we have a lot more liquidity here in the hourly. So things are shaping up, and if you look at this on the daily, it's well over that 200-day moving average, well over the 200. It's also trading above a 10-day moving average, and as you guys know, when we're watching these, I absolutely love when these things trail this 10-day moving average. And as you can see, if we were to play something like this, if we were to catch it early, say down here at this base, and then we play this cup and handle right here, okay? Wow, I didn't see this cup and handle till now, guys. So we got this cup, look at, and it creates this handle right here. This cup meaning the investors are holding on to the gains. They're holding on to the gains. It trades sideways for a couple of days, and then it breaks this area. Here's your buy point, and then you hold on to it until it breaks that 10-day moving average. Or you can have a million other sell rules. Those are just the ones I like to use because I want to make sure I protect my equity. So we got B Stewie saying, morning, my bro. Anyone else? ASUR? Yeah, ASUR was absolutely beautiful. We're going to get to ASUR as well. Let me get through the indices because I always let myself get distracted, right? So we got Tesla, good old Uncle Tesla. So Tesla looks like it's trying to break down here a little bit. Right now, Tesla, if you guys remember, over the course of the past 3 weeks, we've been watching Tesla look overall scrumptious compared to the rest of the market. Absolutely spicy. As the market was coming down, we had Tesla not just going up, but trading sideways when the market was pulling back hard. And it took a little while for Tesla to figure out what it wanted to do, right? So it came up here and it pulled back. It broke through that liquidity, and when it came back to retest, it formed a beautiful head and shoulders. Mikey and I actually went over this yesterday. This is also Wyckoff's form of analyzing weakness. And that means that, it broke through this area, but sold off really hard. And you can see it here. And then after it traded sideways, it tried one more time, and it never got as high as that higher high. That's how these head and shoulders create that psychological area. And it sold off hard. Okay, there was a lot of money to be made in these areas, and we made money to the upside off the 200 into the tops, but I have friends that have made money off the tops playing to the bottom. So keep in mind, Tesla has this area of liquidity that it's trading in. I like Tesla. I believe in Tesla, but do keep in mind it's trading underneath this 200-day moving average. It's under the 200-day moving average, and it's pushing into some liquidity right now. So with the overall market up, I'm obviously going to say respectfully, I do hope Tesla goes up because it's very heavily weighted in a lot of our indices. Let's see, we got let's go through 3 more, and then I got some news I want to bring up. Then we'll get through the comments. We'll take a look at anything that you guys are looking at. But good morning, guys. Good morning. I needed a quick sip. I just got to say, I'm happy you guys are here. If you're here for pre-market prep, you're doing yourself a favor. Why are you doing yourself a favor? Because you want to make money. And you cannot make money in this market if you wake up, wipe the sleep from your eyes, and then just get to trading. You're not going to know your levels. You're not going to be up to date. This thing is like a beautiful piece of mycelium. It's a huge network of individuals, people, and computers all coming together, and you can see it every living tick right in front of you. It gets me so excited, and I'm so passionate to be here. So thank you very much for getting up with me this early and doing your due diligence in the market. So Apple, good old Apple, delicious and nutritious. So if you guys remember, Apple, we've been following Apple, and I don't like anything under its 200-day moving average. But just like Microsoft, it's fought back, and it's right up underneath that 200-day moving average. Now, it is coming down in this area of liquidity, so we can only hope, and I say it respectfully, we can only hope that Apple can manage to hold up in this area, okay? If Apple can hold up in this area, then this big boat might start seeing some new, higher, greener days. The pasture is greener on the other side. Good morning, Carly Worrell. Carly Worrell, the only girl I'll simp over. That's for gosh darn sir. Let's see, Google. Now, guys, this is a beautiful thing. See, just like I was pointing out the liquidity on Apple, pointing out the liquidity on Nvidia, Tesla, all those stocks. I pull out the liquidity on Google. And yesterday, you guys, when we had that huge pullback in the morning at the beginning of the show, and then when I left, obviously, the tides rose, right? Well, we had this beautiful chart on Google, and I had to show you guys what's going on with Google. Why can we root for Google? Well, because Google was the first one to really pull back. Google and Amazon have been our biggest pullbacks, right? And they're some of our biggest weighted stocks. So when we see these things, we want to know when they're shaping up. So when we were having such a rough day, I said, well, at least Google's pulling back to its support, right? We have demand down here, and we have proven it right here. There's quite a bit of it right here, guys. So it just barely gets into that demand area, and this thing punches up to the upside. So we can still root for Google. And now look at Google. Google is trading a little bit higher now at $91.98, and we have its next boss up here at $93, okay? So we have to understand, guys, that we have some rooting to do, but we have a lot of fighting to do too. I think once we get back up into this area and start trading underneath this psychological $100 area, I think we're going to be a heck of a lot better off. So Google, let's keep on keeping on, because if we can get Google and Amazon up there, we're going to be looking really good, guys. So one last one I wanted to take a look at was Boyle. So Boyle was brought up yesterday by Sim, and she popped in here and brought this up, and I was stunned to actually see this. Now, you know, if this doesn't pop out to you, tell me why. You can try and tell me why, but every time I see this chart, you know, we have this huge downtrend. It looks absolutely garbage, but we see this huge V bottom on the hourly, and if we look on this daily, look at this daily, no volume traded ever, right? Like compared to what's going on right now at these bases. So this thing is pulling back, and you can see on this volume, on this base here, and which, guys, if you don't understand volume, right here, I brought this up yesterday, Anna Cooling's complete guide to volume price analysis, okay? I recommend this book. Read through it. If you're brand new to trading, you won't get it. It's okay. It will give you the verbiage you need to help understand what's going on, and then you can help yourself by starting to read volume. And this is just a simple, interesting little thing. Like, look how crazy this volume gets. You know, like, this volume goes from not trading at all to just being overwhelmed with volume. So if we zoom in on here and we say, well, what's going on? Well, to me, that's institutional ownership buying this up, all right? So let's see what we got going on. Chip shaping up. So with all this volume coming in here, guys, and this breakout, we talked about this yesterday, and we actually took a trade on this, but because I'm so risk adverse, when it came down here and it hit my stop loss, I got out. Now, do I wish I would have held it? Well, sure, but I could show you 1,000 charts that hit my stop loss and it just fails, right? So let's see what we got going on in the small caps. I know we got a lot of people watching TRKA, so we'll go ahead and just take a peeky gander at that. Let's catch up on the chat. New Vision, we go for Google or Google C. I don't know, New Vision. I do like its lows here, but I can't give you any buy or sell recommendations because what do I really know? Jay says I'm here from the Facebook group. Heck yeah. Which Facebook group? Are you here from Robinhood or US Stock Trader? If you're here from the Robinhood watch list, thank you for joining us, Jay. I do appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think both are same, right? I'm not sure what the question is, Dave. I'm a talking head. Sometimes I'm getting get a little carried away, and I get a little way past where the conversation is. So, Dev, I'm not sure what you're saying. Let's see. J-Man, RH, Penny Stock Room 1 present. What's going on, Jay, from Penny Stock Room 1? I love it. I love it. And we're going to go over plenty of penny stocks here. I actually got quite a few on the list, and we can actually run through them. But what I want to point out to you is, guys, I'm here for earnings gap ups. And we got an earnings gap up on AI that we'll go over, but we still have an hour before market opens. So we got plenty of time to go through all of it. But we got an earnings gap up on AI, but I'll tell you why I'm not too sensible on AI now. We have a nice little gap up on ARTG. It's up over 15%, and ARDX, which is also up around 14%. And we have a few other ones we can talk about, like IAS that gapped up on earnings. And if we take a look at these, we can find a way to extrapolate a little bit of money from those areas. But what I want to look at is those nasty, quick moving high flyers like XELA. Now, let me bring up XELA just really quick, because I want to see what is going on with the stock really. If we look at the short squeeze on XELA, we can tell we don't have much short interest on this. But if we look at the float on XELA, we can get a little bit of better understanding of how this thing is going to move. So it's 122 million share stock. So this isn't so much the crazy, scary moving stocks, but it still has the ability. Why do I know that? Because if we look at the average daily range, it's up over 12.3%, guys, 12.3%. So when you look at something like that, just know it can rip your face off. But what I like about this stock is that it's came up into this area of liquidity. It sold off and pushed through. Now it's coming back to test that same area. We've talked about this on TRKA. We've talked about this on a few other stocks that I'm sure we'll end up getting back to. But yeah, XELA is looking very interesting, because if you remember, if they can hold these pushes, if they can hold these sell-offs from the liquidity from its history, then we know that we can head higher. So guys, if you love this, if you absolutely love stock analysis, commentary, if you like doing live trades, that's what I'm here for, baby. I put it all on the line. This is all entertainment for you guys. I drew this red submarine back here because things can feel like they're under pressure, and I'm under pressure from time to time, but I love to do it. I love to do it. So if you want to see it, hit that subscribe button, baby, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Let's catch up on chat, and we're going to keep running through all of these crazy tickers. Let's see what we got. TRKA, yeah, we're going to look at TRKA and ONCS. I think I got ONCS. Let me just double check. ONCS, yeah, we got it on there now if we didn't. Ooh, Granny Randy's in the building. Granny Randy, I know, I seen that you came in there. But I got to tell you, Granny Randy is my guardian angel, and we absolutely love her. So Granny Randy, cheers to you. We got to send you a cookie in the chat. Let me send you a chocolate chip pancake really quick. We got to do it. You know we got to do it. Bam. That's not a cookie. That's a chocolate chip pancake. Amarie. Am I saying that right? Amarie? Amarie, listen to me. I do appreciate you. Thank you very much. We have an awesome growing community here, and we want to always continue to grow, guys. We always want to continue to grow and be surrounded with like-minded individuals. But Grandma, this sip is for you. I'm drinking black coffee, and I know you are too. So cheers to you, Granny. Good old Granny Randy, she is our small cap whale of a stock trader. She will squeeze you out of any penny stock you're in, so watch out, because if she says that she's going to drop the bomb, then we all need to exit our positions. Guys, I do this every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, and it is free. Remember, it is free, ONCS. So ONCS, if we look back here on the daily, we don't see much overhead resistance except for right here. It gives you a little bit of inside. So right back here, we have 24 million shares traded back here of volume. So what do? I take the VWAP and I mark it. That's a 350 signal right there, 350. So I'm bringing it back here. Look on the hourly. We have this liquidity right here on the VWAP that I marked out right at a psychological area of 350. If ONCS can hold out in this area and hold this 227 that it painted for us just a couple days ago, then I can really see this ONCS taking off to that 350 area. But I can see it really getting sold off up there too. So be careful when you are trading these guys because it will rip your face off if you're not careful. So let's look at not HRTG. We'll come back to that in a little bit. I do want to point out, this isn't a penny stock, but I do want to point out, I ended up getting this yesterday because I really like this cup and handle, guys. But we'll come back to these. These are my William O'Neill investing, swing trading type stocks. But we definitely have quite a few to go over today. So I don't know what you're here for, but if I'm not bringing it up, put it in the chat. Don't be shy. We will take a look at that quick and fast. BRTX, baby. BRTX, so we talked about this stock yesterday. We pointed out to you on the daily, guys, that this has a huge long range here. And we talked about, just like on the last few stocks, we have these weird bouts of like I said on BRTX, there's not a lot of liquidity here, but there's enough to identify it is important, okay? Now, if we look on the hourly, this thing came right up into that liquidity area that I told you about. It pops up, it trades sideways, and it sells off. But can it hold some of its gains? If this thing can hold some of its gains, what are we going to see here, guys? We're going to see this thing head on higher. And if this thing heads on higher, then where's its next bout of liquidity? Well, it looks like if it clears these, we might start seeing some short, and I don't want to call it short squeeze action unless we look it up first, right? So let's look up the short squeeze on BRTX. And guys, I find all my information free online. I do. I can do it for you, or you can do it for yourself. And right now, the short percent float is only 2.23. So we're not going to be seeing a squeeze on BRTX. But if we look at TRKA, let's see, they're at 36% on TRKA's float interest. So what I want to point out here, guys, is if we can start getting some shorts in here to float, if we can do all that kind of impressive, cool stuff, well, we can get BRTX to squeeze to the upside. But until that happens, we're going to sit back, relax, and see how this wants to shape up. So TRKA, just keep in mind, guys, keep in mind, this short float interest is crazy, but we need to bring up TRKA for this simple reason. You know what we didn't do? We did not go over B Stewie's ASUR, did we? We did not. We're going over ASUR right now. B Stewie, I swear, dude, you're going to end up smacking me one of these days. So, guys, check out this ASUR. So, a buddy of mine, B Stewie, in the chat, brought up ASUR a few weeks ago, actually. I would say last week. Last week, he brought this up because of this earnings gap up, guys. And we talked about this trade, about how it was trading sideways, clearing out its liquidity, breaking higher, clearing out liquidity, trading sideways, and then breaking through this amazing area of $11. And it broke up to the upside on earnings gap up. So if we look at this earnings gap up, guys, we like to take earnings gap ups on the 5 minute. At least I do. This is the way I personally trade. So here's the 5 minute. Look at this range. It's pretty big. Now, if we look at this 5 minute range, if we would have taken this, sure, we'd still be up here. But we have to understand, why didn't I take ASUR? Because the range was too big. We had over $1 range here, okay, and I didn't like that. So the spread was nice and tight, but the range was too big. And, you know, as I do these and collect and create my database, the way I take these will change. So I used to say nothing under 10%. Okay, but now it's anything over 7% I will look at. So this thing actually opened up at 22%. So it was a big percentage gain. So it's definitely something I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on, because if this 10-day moving average can catch up and it can squat down on top of that, that's where I can get my second trade, okay? So let me catch up on the chat. So B Stu, I just wanted to say, brother, I'm a big talking head. Sometimes you got to remind me. If you got to tell me twice, and then I will be right on top of that, brother. So my bad. So let's carry on. Let's catch up. So yeah, Grandma's Cookies. We got an Angel. Jay's Man says cheers. Cheers to you, Jay. I do appreciate you being here. Granny Randy's getting some love. Let's see. Richard Pezza says good morning and happy Friday. I love the way you started that comment. Wondering your thoughts on when to get out of TRKA. I know earnings are approaching and hopefully a good financial guidance. I do hope that TRKA gets that good financial guidance for you, but when I look at TRKA, I do not see any earnings coming up. So no earnings coming up at TRKA that I can see on my end. So you're fine with the earnings, but what I do want to point out is if you are in TRKA and you're up a significant amount, if it's important to you, you need to make sure you're taking profits, okay? Now, I can't give you buy or sell recommendations, but I only can speak to you on my past, okay? If you're up a lot and you're really going to be regretting this thing if it comes back down to 4 cents, ask yourself, if this thing just squats and comes straight down, what's going to hurt more? You getting some of your money out now, or if it goes straight up and you miss out on that money? Okay, so if you want to talk on an emotional level, if you should or you shouldn't, you should have your levels already, okay? So when you look at TRKA, to me, it looks like it's going to come down and retest this 45-cent area. And it could very well possibly do that. And this could be a nice buy or sell, depending on the way you trade. But do keep in mind, TRKA is very, very speculative. It's a very short float, if I do remember. Let me bring it up really quick. We brought this up dang near every day. So 36% short interest. And if we look up the float on TRKA, we bring up for you guys, it's around between 30 and 60. So I think we were just calling this 50 million because across this board, and guys, you can get this information free right here at floatchecker.com. Why do we check the float? Because the float is how many shares that you and I can trade as retail traders. Okay, all the other shares are locked up. So if this is the float that we can trade, that's how it's going to move. And if TRKA moves like a 50 million float and it's this volatile, like let's just look. Yesterday it traded, hold still. Yesterday it traded 266 million shares. What does that mean, guys? That means that its total float in its room has traded 5 times. It has rolled over 5 stinking times. That is absolutely crazy. That is one volatile stock. And you don't see these very often, guys. So this is fun. It's a fun stock. It's a hot stock. But it can rip your stinking face off. So be careful. This thing is moving a minimum average, not a minimum, but an average daily range of 20.7% right here. If you guys want to ever find it, any ticker I'm looking at, I'll always keep that on the bottom left so you know in one day how fast that can move, okay? So let me catch up on chat here, guys. You know I love the chat. What's going on? Good morning. So that's my thoughts on TRKA. Thank you and enjoy the upcoming weekend. Richard, I do appreciate your continued support, sir, because every time you show up, you ask great questions, so I appreciate that. Caesar, yes, good morning. We talked this morning in chat, didn't we, Caesar? Good morning. I'm glad you're here, brother. What stock ticker was it that you were looking at? I think it was GEOV. Was it? GOEV? Yeah, I think it was GoEV is what it was. Let me know, Caesar. Was it GoEV that you wanted me to take a look at? If it was, I'll be happy to run through it. Let's see what else we got. Randy's talking back. B. Stewie, no problem. You're a busy man. When you have time, give me thoughts on WWE. Hey, we'll talk about WWE right now. Actually, we'll go ahead and leave TRKA and we'll bring up WWE over here on the right-hand side. So if you guys don't know what WWE is, back in my day, it used to be WWF, right? World Wrestling Foundation, but they had to change their name to WWE, right? So the Wildlife Foundation, World Wild Foundation, I think it was. I don't remember exactly, but now it's WWE. So if you like it, do you smell what The Rock is cooking? That was my favorite. He did the people's elbow. He pulled it off. Well, anyway, let's take a look at the stock, guys. Let's take a look at that stock. So first thing I look at is it above the 200-day moving average? Yes, it is. It also had a beautiful gap up right here. That must have been on some news. I'm not going to take a look at the news, but if you want to know more about it, just let me know. But it looks like it is pulling back, okay? Now, we know we have some support down here, obviously, because after it broke through this resistance, we know that this area is now going to be support. So is it going to pull back and test that support, maybe trade on top of it for a little bit before continuing higher? But this is a slower mover. It only moves 2.3%. So if you're looking for a long-term investment, something that's going to be slow mover, this might be something you want. But keep in mind, guys, this thing bounces off of its 200-day moving average. Okay, 1, 2, 3, bounce, big old bounce here. And now it looks like it's pulling back. So if you were to get into this, just keep in mind looking at its history. If you look at its history, it looks like it's on an uptrend. So it looks like that you got the wind to your back. But you need to look at, too, where is this thing bounce? Where is a good place to get in? And these aren't buy or sell recommendations, but if I look at this stock, this area here looks like a good buy. This area here looks like a good buy, you know, and I'm cherry picking it because I'm hindsight Henry right now. But if this thing were to come down in this area, where do you think would be a good place to buy? That's your choice to make, and it's just me to help see you to it. So what else we got? ONCS, sorry, moving. Yes, I'm ready to learn more. It was TRKA and FOXO. So let's go look at FOXO. FOXO. Dude, listen, Caesar, if you're here to learn, I love to preach it, baby. We don't just talk about stocks. We talk a little bit about everything, but it all can revert to life in one way or another. So FOXO. Now, this is interesting, guys. Now, keep in mind, these are penny stocks. Very, very speculative. Anything can happen with these. But when you see these penny stocks shaping up like this, when you see a push off the bottoms here, and then that pulls back, and it pushes back up and holds that same area, it interests me. So let's zoom out on the hourly to get a better idea of this stock. So when I look at something like this, I think of this right here, guys. I think of this. This right here is the penny stock from, I do believe, what's the penny stock guru's name? Tim Sykes. So I think this is Tim Sykes material. I got this from a friend who deals with penny stocks. But this looks like a number 5, possibly. Okay, now I don't know these. This is not my criteria. This is not how I trade. But if we look at the picture and we look at the way it's shaping up, this might be an area for a number 5. Now, keep in mind, these penny stocks, if we look into the fundamentals, 99.9% of the time, they are absolute garbage stocks. So if you're in it, make sure you're in it to win money, and you're starting with risk in mind. If you don't have a risk, you're never going to seek the rewards that are intended, because if you don't find a risk, you're going to keep losing. You're going to be that bag holder. And you guys know I don't like when you're holding the bag. Some of you have confided in me and said, yeah, sometimes I just don't sell and I hold the bag. And it's just like, hey, that's the way you trade, and I'm not going to knock you. But I'm still going to preach what I truly believe, and that is stop loss first. If you know where your stop is, then you can always get higher rewards. So a lot of the times I like to tell you guys I have a lower percentage win rate, but because I have good risk reward, I still end up earning some money. So, ladies and gentlemen, what else are we going to take a look at? Yeah, TRKA is on everybody's eyes. TRKA. But just to mention back on that FOXO for you, Caesar, this thing actually does look like it's trying to shape up, but keep in mind, it is a penny stock. It's very, very speculative, and a lot of times these things just end up failing. So if it can shape up in this 70-cent area and trade sideways for a little bit, if it starts to head up to the upside and starts to curl, that might be a very nice little trade. But keep in mind, once it gets up into this area, it's probably going to sell off pretty quick. It might be a nice little short up in this area, okay? So those are my thoughts, not yours, so trade your book. Guys, I am Dave with Lo-Fi Trading. It feels good to be here because we still have just a little less than an hour before market open. So what are we doing here? We're trying to figure out in pre-market prep where our levels are, what these stocks are, how they move, and where we can extrapolate some money. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. We are growing an ever vast community, guys. It's amazing how fast we're growing. We've only been doing this. This is our 4th week now. We have like 250 subscribers, I think. Maybe more now. You guys are popping in saying you're subscribing. I appreciate it. I got to send my love your way because I'm an introvert who needs some attention, right? I don't want to be out there at the party. I want to be behind these 4 walls with an audience. So thank you. I am nothing without you. Cheers to you. This is a sip. You know, I get a quick 3-second break and then I continue chattering away. So this one's for you. Guys, we should take a poll. We should take a poll. Let's bring up the SPY really quick, and then we're going to go ahead and take a poll. All right, because the SPY is trading in this area, this liquidity area. Now, I'm a bear with bull horns. I want to see this go higher. But what's going to happen here, guys? We're trading. This thing closed yesterday at 397.82. Is this thing going to trade above or below its open price from yesterday? So that's what I'm going to ask in the poll. Let me see if I can do this the right way. So the poll will be, will the SPY close above? We'll just do this. Will the SPY close, question mark, above open or below open? Below open. All right. We're going to ask that. Guys, go ahead and give me your answers on the poll. We need at least 20 people in the poll to answer this. Will the SPY close above open or below open? So I want to see what you think. I love to get the sentiment. I love to see what's going on. So let's catch up on chat, and then we will definitely head on in, because SPY is looking beautiful, guys. It's trading at 399.23 right now. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. You know you love to see it, because if you have a 401k, a Roth IRA, investing, a retirement, a supplemental, ladies and gentlemen, we are earning money on that. And if you guys want to take a look, while we are down in that 200, if you were here with me on chat, this is the VOO. So guys, this here, I mean, I have this up. We're up a little over $400 on this trade. This here doesn't actually have the correct response. What I did for you guys is I just posted, or I put on this map here. Here's the daily, where our YouTube investing account has started. Right down here is why I started averaging in. Actually, down here we started averaging in. But as this pulled back on this 200-day moving average, I ended up buying a nice, healthy little 6 extra shares for the YouTube long-term investment portfolio. So we do short caps, TRKA on the small caps on the left side, and we do long-term investing, we do mid caps, we do everything here, guys, everything. So we're up around $400 on this, and easy around $200 just adding into these bottoms here, guys. And that's how powerful it can be if you just know your levels. If you know your levels and you get in at the right time, guys. If you get in at the right time, and people say you can't time the market. If you were watching the past couple of days, we have been timing the market, right? We have been timing the market. It's a beautiful thing, guys. Now, I'm not here to act like this thing's going to go straight up or straight down, or I actually have a crystal ball, because I don't. I don't have a crystal ball. But when you see these levels and you can take charge at those levels, you can actually take confidence in knowing that there is confluency among time frames. There's volume to be backed up. There's moving averages to be followed. And you know how the majority of people trade? Well, then you can make money, baby. And that's what we do here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. If you love it, I love it. Smash that subscribe button, guys. Share it with your mama, because mama, you know mama loves it. And speaking of which, where is mama? Dang. We're at 366.83 on the VOO, but you don't want to know about the VOO. You want to know about the TRKA, right? The TRKA. And the TRKA looks like it's basing down here at 49 cents. Can it hold this 50-cent area? I do think 50 cents is a very psychological area. You can see it came up right up to 50 cents right here in the pre-market and broke down. Now, we're going to expect that 50 cents to at least have a little stutter, a little shake, a little sideways game action right here. And if it does, if it can hold, then we might have good risk reward on TRKA to have this thing head to the north side. But if it breaks that 50-cent area, it's going to have me shimmy shaking, going to have me a little scared. I might have to back down and say, hold up, what's going on with this stock? So I am getting a little excited, guys. I've had my coffee. So we always want to revert back to the mean. If we're getting too excited, we need to make sure we know what's going on. We already have 7 votes on the poll. Ladies and gentlemen, things are looking absolutely amazing. If I don't have what you want up, what you need to do is bring it up. Tell me in chat. But look, guys, right here's the poll. I want you to go ahead and give me your vote on the poll. Look at the screen, guys. Look at the screen here. Right here is this like button. We love to smash that like button. It's an amazing thing. And make sure you're caught up on chat, because this is live, guys, and I pride myself on that, because we are making history in making right here, right now. So smash that live button while you're on that subscribe button, because we want to make sure you're getting the up-to-date information as quick as you possibly can get it. So I appreciate your time. Nothing but love here, guys. So let's catch up on the chat. We got to make sure we catch up on the chat. So let's see. Is it a good time to get into TRKA at SM? Check that out. I just started talking about that. You know, SM, I do appreciate you being here. I found SM on a Facebook page, and I tell you what, she's been coming in here and kicking butt, bringing up some awesome charts like Boyle, like TRKA. Great areas too. This 49 cent, absolutely. This is definitely an area I am looking at, and we will definitely keep our eyes on this, because if you are the snake in the grass or the lion that's been stuck in its cage and you're ready to take that trade, well, When you're ready, make sure you pounce, but always use risk in mind, guys. So look at ONCS, New Vision says. We'll go ahead and bring up ONCS on the right-hand side. And don't forget, guys, we still have my trades I'd like to go over. We will go over them very, very soon. We still have plenty of time for pre-market prep, and we have to get into looking at those earnings gap ups. ONCS looks like it's pulling right back to that $2.23 area that I like to call. I like to use averages, so $2.25 we're going to call it. We like that $2.25. It seems like ONCS liked that $2.25 over the past course of couple days. After it pushed higher, it reached that psychological $3 area. We also pointed to you, we have some resistance at $3.50. So after it pushed up, it's pulling back, and now it's going to retest this area on ONCS. So definitely one to keep an eye on because it might shape up and head to the north side. So look at, let's see, we got ONCS. Thank you for your thoughts. Caesar, I am glad that you are here. I'm glad that you asked. So I'm thinking about getting into TRKA at 50 cents is what Caesar says. Hey, it looks like a lot of you are looking at that 50-cent area. So we'll just go ahead and throw this on the 1 minute to make it as exciting as we possibly can. TRK looks like it is shaping up. I like it if you love it. If you guys have a stock that I'm not looking at, you guys need to go ahead and bring it up. Found your ad on Facebook. Good stuff, bro. Following John Shields. Brother, good morning. Good morning. I'm glad you're here. We have a very fast-growing community, guys, and I am so pumped for you early birds to be here because I feel like this is going to be great. I really do. I have a passion for the stock market. I have searched and scoured YouTube to find people like myself when I was an early trader, and I could not find anybody with the passion, the want to teach, the skills to be able to do it. And here I am, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm back. I feel like I'm going back in time and I'm talking to myself and I'm saying, look, you need to use risk. You need to know your reward. You need to be disciplined when you are trading because at times trading can be extremely hard. And if you are a trader, you know it. And that is why I have this red submarine up here. I drew it a long time ago because it feels like you're under pressure at times, guys. It really does. So when you have an awesome community and it's ever growing, you just want to pile in as much knowledge as you can and spill your passion. Let that positivity bleed, baby, because we need more of it and you know it. So let's keep on keeping on and let's look at the indices. If you guys want me to look at something very specific, bring it up. But we're going to go over the earnings gap ups, and we'll actually put the earnings gap ups on the right-hand side, not the left, because we know we want to dedicate this to the TRKA on this left-hand side. Let's go ahead and we'll even bring this down so we can get a little bit better view for you guys. Here we go. So let's look up on the right-hand side the earnings gap ups for this morning. As you guys know, I absolutely love the earnings gap up plays. So what am I looking at? Anything over 7%. If it can be higher than 7%, that's even more juicy. That makes me lick my chops. So we have the daily on the bottom, guys, and we usually use the hourly on the top. But if we're looking at the small caps that some of you know and love, we will look at the 1 minute on the right-hand side. So HRTG. Why do we look at these earning gap ups? Simply put, these earning gap ups can usually have a beautiful continuation higher on some of these, like FSLR, which I did not play because, as you guys seen me on chat, I missed it and I don't chase. And now I'm still wishing I would have chased it, right? Only kidding. We don't chase in here. I have chased and I've already gotten burned. We've already gone over our losers because you know you're a loser unless you're learning, guys. So we learn from our trades. So HRTG is a nice little gap up. It's gapped up over 20% here, guys. Gapping up over 20%. And if we look at where it sits on the daily chart, it's sitting up here at $3.36, which tells me, guys, that we're in this beautiful cup and handle area at 336. It's achieving these highs from back at August 4th, okay? Right around my birthday, guys, this thing popped way up and sold off and hasn't looked back, okay? So this being up this high is people are going to be watching this. It's up above the 200-day moving average. It had a huge surprise on earnings. HRTG will definitely be on our mega watch list for first thing this morning because we might get a nice earnings continuation play on this thing. Now, this is in my opinion, they're not yours, but keep in mind, guys, this thing has been trading under its 200-day moving average forever. Every time it's hit its head on its 200-day moving average and came down. This is the first time the first time in a long time it's been above that 200-day moving average. But we have to keep in mind that anytime it has been above that 200-day moving average, it has failed. So when I look at this, you know, it's not all that important. It's not all that important to me. So that earnings gap up is kind of on the back burner now that we looked at the daily, okay? So HRTG on the back burner. So yes, ONCS, guys, you guys really seem to like this ONCS. And here's the thing. I like this, and I'm excited for it. We can even look at it on the 5-minute, but all it's doing is testing this liquidity area. And I'll just point this out for you guys. It's right here. Okay, this is what we want to see hold. Okay, this 225 area, guys, we have to see this hold in order for ONCS to go higher. So right now it's testing that area. So keep a close eye on it. And if this thing wants to pace out and it wants to do things and trade higher, then it will. Okay, it will. So we need to see it base out, but keep risk in mind, right? Because if it's breaking this 225 area, I personally wouldn't want it. It would scare me out if it flushes, right? So I would want to see the ship shape up in pre-market, maybe see what happens after the first 45 minutes in open, because I don't like to play open right away, guys, unless it gives you a range. So let it give you a little bit, okay? And then see what happens here, okay? So we'll definitely keep an eye on ONCS. It is ship shaping up in that liquidity area, okay? If you guys are long, we're going to hope this thing buys up. But if you're bear bias, then you're watching for the pop to sell off into it, right? Because there's another pocket of liquidity right up here in this 275 area. So keep that in mind. We have bears and bulls fighting here. Don't get caught in the middle. You're either going to act like you're a bull or you're going to act like you're a bear, but know where your stop is, okay, guys? I do like ONCS, and we will see if this thing wants to shape up. What else we got going on in the chat? Yeah, bear with horns, baby. That's right, New Vision. You know it, and you know I love it. What are your thoughts on BFRG and COSM? So we'll go over BFRG really quick. So, guys, when I take a look at a stock and I see something like this, please keep in mind that all we have here is a initial public offering. This thing just opened up and 2/14/23. So just a little while ago, just last month, guys. And this thing, since it's open, has been selling off. So when I see something like this, I think, hey, new IPO, that's awesome. That's a positive note. But I need to see something shaping up. Because if we just look at this bottom here, sure, we could use this bottom as risk now. But how far this is going to pull back, I don't know, okay? So if you want to use this risk down here at this like psychological 250 area, that would be a good risk. But where are you going to get in and what are you expecting for your reward, okay? So when I see something like this, I don't see a lot that I could take a trade from, okay? And I really do try to look for you guys to see what I could take a trade on. But I need to see something shaping up at least on the hourly, and I need to see something on the daily. So right now, I just see a bout of liquidity pushing up on BFRG and pulling back. So what I want to do is give this thing a little bit more time to show me something constructive. If it can show me some levels, maybe pull back down here but hold above this 250, then we might be able to say get in around 325 with a risk of 250 with the anticipation of this thing pushing higher, okay? So that's just a little something on BFRG. Those are my thoughts, not yours. They're not buy or sell recommendation, guys. I'm just taking an analytics and I'm regurgitating what I know back up to you. It's pretty simple, but it's a lot of fun for me, okay? So let's just revert back to the SPY and let you guys know we're at 399.63. That 400 is going to be a very psychological level to try and break through. If we can get through that, goodness gracious, great balls of fire, we want to see this thing at least trading sideways. Give us some more plays. Give us some more base, baby. It's all about that base. So COSM for my boy, New Vision. New Vision, absolutely love your continued dedication. You've been here from the start, just like a lot of you have, and I cannot thank you enough because you cannot create a community without a community. Am I right? COSM looks like it's trying to push up, but we need to really understand what's going on here with COSM. COSM is well below the 200-day moving average, and anytime it's came up to that 200-day moving average, it's sold off hard. So we are getting a little pop in COSM, but we need to understand this 22% pop is being sold off quick, and it's right into some overhead resistance. Now, can this thing shape up? Sure. I don't have a crystal ball. This thing could go to the moon, but from looking at the overall perspective. Above 200, good. Below 200, bad. So if we want this thing to prove itself, let's get above your 200-day moving average before I look at you for a long trade. Now on a bearish bias, this thing constantly is looking like a short. So if we look at the previous history, it looks like our biggest traded average area is going to be this $4.50 for $5 area, $4.50 to $5 area. Okay, so if I draw this out, let's just act like this thing gets up here. Okay, let's just act like it for funsies. All right, let's say it gets up to this $4.50, $5 area. That's where I would want to try and take maybe a little bearish bias to this sentiment. So right now it's just kind of diddling in the middle. We will see what it wants to give us. So ladies and gentlemen, what I am going to do now is try and get over some more of these earnings gap ups. ARDX. I'm going to do what let me get a sip of coffee because I'm steppering and stuttering. Goodness gracious. All right, this one's for us. If you guys are drinking coffee, let me know how many votes we got. We only got 8 votes in the poll. Goodness gracious, guys. We need to get those numbers up. Are you kidding me? Let's get those numbers up. Here, in case you don't know, let me give you a show. Right here is the poll. And if you guys want to vote, we need to get at least 20 in here to understand what the sentiment is like. We need to understand what the sentiment is like so that way we can figure out what our community is doing, ladies and gentlemen. Are we live? Uh-oh, hopefully things didn't cut out. Oh yeah, we're good. We're good. I guess that's just what happens when you hit the pause button. No big deal. Just make sure, guys, you hit that live button. You blah, 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 blah. I'm over it. You guys know what to do. Shoo-wee, brother. Shoo-wee. All right, let's go ahead and take a peek again. TRKA just trading sideways right at that 50-cent area. I do really like that 50-cent area. It is trying to do its darndest to hold ARDX. That is the earnings gap up trading just above this area. Guys, look, well above its 200-day moving average. It's not an EP. This is not a surprise right here, okay? This is no surprise. This has been pushing up off of its bottom and well over its 200-day moving average. So after earnings, this thing pushed way up here, and it broke these highs of, let me just mark these so we understand. These are the highs right here, guys, and look where it's tripping out, right? It pushed up, and now it's tripping out around these highs. So when we see this, what can we say? Well, we need to give it a second, right? We need to give this thing a second. So let's hope, and I say it respectfully, and I wanted the same thing for NVIDIA, and I took this trade on NVIDIA, okay? So what am I hoping for? I'm hoping for this thing to push higher in the morning, come back and test this area. But I want to see my 5-minute range. If I could see a 5-minute range here, guys, I don't see why I wouldn't take this trade. I do like it. It looks pretty, and you might see me take a live trade this morning on ARDX. But we have plenty to go over. There might be some better trades out there. So XELA for my boy Caesar on the lefty. It's right here, and it looks like it's trading in that 75-cent zone. But you need to keep in mind with XELA that this thing has been really not only beaten down, but it's so far below that 200-day moving average, I would have to, if we zoom in, that's just crazy. But I do have to say this. So my bearish sentiment to this is it's gapped up right into this liquidity area. Let me zoom out on the hours so we get a better idea. All right, check this out, guys. Right here is its patch of liquidity, okay? Now, it's broke out into this patch of liquidity yesterday and sold off, but held those gains. Now, it pushed up higher than where that active liquidity was. Now, look what happens. This is very, very interesting. It comes back down here and tests that liquidity. XELA looks very interesting here, guys. If it can hold out here, trade sideways, and maybe see a nice little pop at the open, we might see this thing continue higher. Now, that's the bullish sentiment on this. The bias is simply put, look at this stock on the daily. Every pop that this thing has got has sold off extremely hard. So we know I'm a bear with bull horns. I got to see both sides of these things. Rabia's here, ladies and gentlemen. You know we got to take a quick second. Give a cheers to Rabia. Good morning, Rabia. Rabia's here. We're going to go over Tesla really soon. New Vision brought up Tesla, so that's perfect. We're going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Rabia and New Vision here. So XELA, just to summarize, I love it. I really like it. So this thing's shaping up This might be a nice little trade skis right here. Good old Uncle Tesla. Look at you pushing up into your resistance, you sexy little thing. I absolutely love Tesla. Sometimes, you know, when good old Uncle Tesla shows its true colors, it's usually green, right guys? I mean, come on, Tesla, good old Uncle Tesla, showing its true colors here. This is amazing, guys. So we've seen this breakdown. We've seen, and we talked about this morning, how this area of liquidity needs to show its true colors. Meaning, when we pop up into this supply area, what are we looking for? We are looking for this thing to show us that it's okay to be in here and not sell off so quick. Okay, like this thing blew through this area. It acted like there was no support, and that told us that this is weak. But after it cleared out all this liquidity, look at all these bases it cleared out, guys. It's absolutely beautiful. It found some resistance. It found some support right here. Now, I personally did not think it was going to hold here. I thought we would at least come down to this 175 area. Rabia as my witness. This is exactly what I said. But Tesla, good old Uncle Tesla showed us that it is got its guns out. It's looking strong today. Rah! It's trading at 194.99. We can call it 195. That's a-okay. But remember, the $200 area, not the $200 resistant, the $200 moving average, but the $200 psychological area in green here. This is where we like to play, where I like to play to the north side. But because I like to play to the north side, it needs to break through clean. If it doesn't break through clean, we might see some resistance here, guys, so please be careful with that north side. So SM says, you keep promoting your coffee, and I'm trying to cut down on my caffeine consumption. Oh my gosh, and my heart is racing too, because it seems like every time somebody comes in, I want to do a cheers. You know, good thing it's not like drugs or alcohol, right? Could you imagine if I did a sip every time, you guys? I mean, it's way too early for all that. But anyway, we got 30 minutes, guys, so let's get right back into the juicy details of things. If I don't bring up what you want to see, put it in the chat, guys, because I will talk your ear off all day about what I want to talk about in the stock market, but you need to let me know what you want to talk about in the stock market. I don't care if it's a simple question. What are candlesticks? I don't care what is supply and demand. You can ask the most simple question, what broker you're using. We will go over it, guys. I'm here for you. I would not be here if I didn't have an awesome community in front of me. So thank you so much for being here. I'm every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I try to bring you the best commentary, the best analysis, and we try to bring you the best live trades, baby. So right back into it, baby. Back in it again. SPY, look at this. SPY, $399.98. Can we see 400 while we're on stream? Let's go, baby. 404 cents. The SPY now trading in that $400 area. You love it. Bull with bear horns. We chalked up those bear horns. I'm a bear with bull horns. Gush. And I'm a dyslexic bear with bull horns too. So let's see. Can you please explain filling gap? Sure. So when we see gaps here, guys, we see gaps in everything. So what I like to see and what I know best is earnings gaps. Okay. So if we look on the hourly here, you can see this huge run up in pre-market. So this gray area here is pre-market. So if you're seeing pre-market, if you're not, you need to go on your broker and add pre-market, okay? Now, when we see these gaps up in pre-market, you won't see them on the daily, okay? So that's why we call it a gap up, okay? These are gap ups. So if we look here, this is a gap down. This is where the ADRX right here on the bottom screen here, guys, this is where at 322 ADRX closed. And then when it opened back up, it opened right here, guys. It opened right here. That means we had a gap down, okay? A gap down. Now what we're seeing on this ticker this morning is a gap up. This red line is where it's gapped up to. It's trading at 335 right now. So where my marker is, this marker is actually where the stock is trading, but it will not show it to us until the day starts because these are daily candles. This is not started a new day, so it can't give us the candle. So when it opens up, it's going to be gapped up here. So that is what a gap up is. Now, to fill a gap fill is where it ends up, let's say this thing gaps up right to where it's at, like it is right now. Filling that gap means it would come all the way back down here to this 283 and fill its gap, fill all of this area that it gapped up in pre-market. So I think that's a pretty good explanation, SIM. If you have any more questions about gap fills or anything like that, just ask me. I'd love to make sure that you know exactly what a gap and a gap fill is. So thank you for the question. If you guys have anything else, just let me know, guys. Pre-market is over at 9:30, and we get to the real nitty-gritty deal when the market opens, baby. We only got less than 30 minutes. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, guys, I'm here Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Hit that subscription button, baby. So let's go through a few of these. So I want to point out for my larger cap traders, we'll just make sure we get TRKA on here on the left side because I know you guys love it. And we are going to go over a few of these trades on the right-hand side. So these are some speculative stocks that you guys might really want to take a look at. So SKYW, Offshore Hunter on Twitter actually brought this up to me. Now, look at this, guys. We have, this is based in the flight, all right? Okay, so commercial airlines, things like that, okay? And look at this, it's beautiful. This thing based out under the 200-day moving average and then is popping up through it. It's popped up once, it's popped up twice, third time's the charm. Let's see if we can get up here and hold. Keep in mind, this is on the hourly, it's area of liquidity right here. Now, we are in that area. Does that mean it's going to break up or break down? I don't know. These are just my opinions, but I do like the way this looks. It's trading sideways after coming off of a V-based bottom, trading sideways. Had this huge gap down and a huge gap fill right there. SIM, there's another one right there, you know. Huge gap up, huge gap down. It gapped all this thing down here. And then look at this. It traded all the way down here, and this thing got soaked up right here, ladies and gentlemen. This soak up right here, I can promise you, is institutional ownership. You and I can't buy up that many shares of SKYW. SkyWest, there's no way. If you got that much money and you're watching me in chat, holy crap, I am so happy you're here. Thank you so much. You need to give us some advice, right? If you got that kind of money to make this kind of wick, that's not me and you, people. That is institutional ownership. So I am seeing it being funded down here. I am seeing a base being formed, a breakthrough, and a buy up higher. Then we see another base. Now it's trading in its liquidity. What's going to happen when it breaks through? What I want to see is it break through, come back and test to prove to me that this is now resistance. If it's resistance, let's go. Let's head on higher, baby. So what do we got coming up next? We explained the gap filling. So next up, Rabia says ARDX. So ARDX, we actually have been going over ARDX. Now we have that gap up at 1592. We are seeing this thing push up and break through its highs at 342. Now, what we want to see with this, Rabia, is we want to see this thing hold, build a nice 5-minute range, and break through higher, because we know that this area is going to be filled with its liquidity right here at the top. So if it can hold this area and not break too far down, hold these gains on its gap up and break through on volume, I think this can be another beautiful trade. And saying that, when I say that, and I also see Rabia, I got to look at FSLR. You guys already know it's going to hurt my stomach looking at it, but here it is. It's A-okay. I'm going to learn from this thing every single day. FSLR is a crazy chirp, right? This thing is just chirping higher and higher. I've been watching this thing for months, guys, months with ARRY. And I tried to play ARRY on this, but we found that FSLR is the leader and ARRY is our lagger. If you don't know what a leader and lagger is, let me explain to you. A leader is somebody who leads, and a lagger is somebody who tries to catch up. Now, that might be a simple definition, but I am talking about the same exact things when it comes to these guys. We want to be in the leaders. We want to be in the stocks that are going up first. We want to identify those. We want to get into those. And that is how I swing trade. I try to identify these before they happen. And then when they happen, got bada bing, bada boom. We try to play these earning gap up. Now, if I would have got this earning gap up, yes, shoulda, woulda, coulda. We'll go over my trades that I'm in currently, but this is a shoulda, woulda, coulda. We can learn from these guys because we have earnings gap ups today. If we get in, we need to know where our stop loss is and where we want to earn that money. Where are we going to extrapolate that money, right? That 50 cents on TRKA is holding up, by the way. I just thought I'd give you a quick little little update on that. So First Solar is trading at $200 right now if we are looking at the 5-minute range. Why? Because that's how I play the earnings gap up. We had this beautiful 5-minute range here. I said, ooh, that 5-minute range is too big. I'm going to see how it plays out. Next thing I know, this thing's gapped up, broke its highs. I didn't want to chase this. I've been burned too many times, and guess what? That's what happens when you don't take your trade. If you've been burned and you're back testing something, you need to lower your share size, and you need to take every gosh darn trade that you think is a formidable player, because then you will get these outliers that make your bank. If I was in this right now, guys, I would be cheerfully and gleefully bragging about it to you. But I'm a loser unless I'm learning. So every day we'll bring this chart up. It will hurt my stomach. It will be gut-wrenching. But what I do love to know is we have a couple of you in chat that have made money off First Solar. So that's all I care about. I'm glad I got to cover it. So that way at least some of us made some money on this stock. Am I right? Let's look at the stocks that I am currently in. We have EMBC trading below my buy-in area at $32. Is this going to try and shake me out? Well, I can tell you this. With the overall market on a terror to the north side, just ever-living terror to the north side, if we don't see EMBC ship shape up at morning open and head to the north side off of this trend line heading to the upside, well, I will be getting out of anything that looks weak when the market looks strong. We also have XM, which in the morning open, I'm expecting a very nice push. These aren't buy or sell recommendations, guys. I'm just telling you what I have been observing, okay? We have seen in the mornings pushes from XM every morning. We have seen a push from XM, and now we are above that $17 buy-in area. And what am I looking for? The overall market, if it's going to head higher, we want to see XM continue to head higher. Why am I in this trade? Because it is a leader. Well, the market pulled back. XM stayed strong. Good morning, Stu Klott. Now I got to take a sip of coffee because Stu, my good boy Stu, it's always good to see my mentors, my friends, and my family in this chat. So Stu, thank you so much for showing up every single day. I love your continued support. You are the man, the myth, and the legend. That's Stu, baby. He is my RSI divergence king. This boy knows how to take some trades with the RSI. And if you guys want to learn how to do his trades, I could do my best to go over, but there's no way in heck I could explain it as well as him. So one day, him and I will make a video on how he likes to take his trades with RSI divergence. But that's only if he gives me the time and he is okay with sharing that sexy little setup. So B-Stewie says, good old PBF looking to ya today. Well, let's take a look at PBF over here. PBF. Now, good old B-Stewie brought up PBF to me back here on this day. I said it was shaping up on that 10-day moving average, and it was above a 200-day moving average. We brought up the fact that it is on an upward trend line, and it was trading above a 10. Well, we already brought that up, but it broke through a downward trend line that caused a nice little pennant using the 10-day moving average and the downward trend line. I also pointed out that we had overhead resistance, so to please be careful, and it might be a better idea to wait to get in when it's closer to the 200-day moving average. Those are all the things I said. This is what happened. So it shaped up and it ended up pushing through that area. Now, what's going to happen here? Only time is going to tell, but I will say this. If we can come back and test this area that it just broke out of, this 46.75 area that it looks like it's trying to test, we might see some continuation even higher. But it is now looking a little extended to me, and you need to understand there is a nice pool of liquidity all the way back here that we need to make sure we get through. So are you going to let that scare you out? I don't know. Are you going to start averaging in? I don't know. But B-Stewie, this stock looks absolutely scrumptious. Say we get to the top of this and we make a little handle here. That would be a nice William O'Neill cup and handle that I know that you are reading about. So guys, I know we like to look at small cap stocks, but as you get older, you're going to want to swing trade. You're going to do long-term investing. So we will always keep an eye on our low floats like TRKA and ONCS and things like XELA, baby. We are always, and speaking of which, look at XELA popping up to 7 cents, looking absolutely crazy, absolutely dire. This thing might form a beautiful base in this area and head on higher, but time will only tell, because remember, we do have that peak in that pre-market. So guys, I do need to bring up this book, because if you're looking for longer swing trades like PBF, or like FSLR or many others that I bring up. Guys, this stock book here, it's not very expensive. B. Stewie, how much did you pay for this on Amazon? I can't remember. But guys, it gives you 100 stock charts on the weekly, where to sell, where to buy, by William O'Neill himself. It's a big book, but it's not an easy read. But if you learn like I do, you're a visual learner, right? And you want to look at charts and look at charts and look at more charts. I'm obsessed with charts. I'm blind without a chart, okay? You won't see me reading the fundamentals too much, but I do. But it's these charts, guys. Charts. Give me some charts. Goodness gracious. You're going to hear me say charts 1,000 times because I absolutely love charts. And if you can learn to identify the charts and the patterns and the way things trade, they've been doing the same trades have been happening for over 100 years, guys. 100 years. It's been back tested and proven. I'm not spitting just nonsense to you. I'm giving you some real crap. And this goes across life, guys. If you want to back test anything and get some data behind you, you can have a better understanding of what is really going on. You really can. It's an amazing thing. You know, if you want to get better at lifting, you need to start charting how much you can lift. If you want to get better at jiu-jitsu, start writing down all the little things and the nuances that you know. Start trying to teach it to other people. Learn as much as you can, guys. Learn as much as you possibly can. Life is absolutely meaningless unless you are learning and trying to get better every single day. TRKA at that 50-cent area. It's starting to show some wicks on the 1 hour in this area. It's looking absolutely great, guys, and I really hope, if you're in this trade, I hope it goes north, but make sure you got your risk in mind. This 50 cent looks like a great risk spot, but it's also very, very obvious spot too, so keep that in mind as well. Let's see, what do we got going on? Granny Randy giving her love to Stu. Good morning, Stu. Let's see, New Vision, Grandpa Elon, Tesla. Good old Uncle Tesla. If you guys want me to go take a look back at Tesla, we can go ahead and do that. So Tesla trading sideways at 195.03. And don't let this sideways action scare you guys. Sideways action is so good for a stock. It is so good. I can show you so many examples back here on Tesla. Look at this sideways action constantly. I remember looking at this and it hurt that I didn't take this. I think at the time I didn't have the buying power actually to get in, but I watched this and I talked about it constantly. This beautiful, beautiful cup and handle had such a slow move up, slowly curling off that 200. I mean, it's just so elegant. This is what gets me excited, and this is why I'm passionate. This is how I know this show will prevail, guys, because you will never see another person get this passionate about a chart. Look at this beautiful cup and handle. It's good old Uncle Tesla, Elon Musk, loaded up that stargazer and went to the freaking moon with it, guys, all the way up to 400. At the time, I think it was like 1,200 it got up to before they did the stock split. So correct me if I'm wrong there. Rabia, you've probably been watching Tesla even longer than that, but I think it was around 1,200 before they did the stock split, and then it came on back down. Now look, when it broke its 200-day moving average, it's bonked its head, now it's bonking its head. Will it shape up and head on higher? I do hope so for all the Tesla-onians, if you will. But if it wants to come on down a little bit and trade sideways, if it wants to trade sideways here, that's what we want for stocks, guys. If they trade sideways, we can get pushes higher. If they trade sideways, then we know it can head lower, right? So if it's back up into the sideways action, that's nothing but good. That means it tried to break away for a second, and the institutional ownerships, the retails, they all said, no, this is a buy down here, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna buy. So that's what they did, and that's A-okay. We're here to stay. Listen, guys, I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. We give you the best stock commentary, the best analysis, and we bring you live trades right here every single day. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, if you can get behind anything that I'm saying, if I'm bringing you any form of entertainment, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, and not to mention, we have a poll up, guys. We have a poll up, and if you want to, you can vote on that poll now. I like to get at least a sentiment of 20 votes before we put this thing in the grave. I know it's early, but I like to get the sentiment. Oh my gosh, guys, we are up to 257 subscribers. Are you kidding me right now? Give yourself a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have a ever vast growing community. I am so pumped to be here. Thank you so much. 257 is an amazing feat in just 4 weeks, guys, so thank you so much. So hit that poll. Go ahead, give me a vote on that poll. Hit this like button. It's right here, guys. Smash it. I want to try and break we want to break our 20. I think the highest that we've ever gotten was 20. I think we can break 20 today, guys, because we're getting a lot of action. So smash that like button. And while you're there, if you want to, hit that subscribe button, guys. I bring you the best entertainment that I possibly can. And if you don't like it, well, let me know what I can do to make it better, because that's what we do here. We're not losers. We're learners, baby. And we're here to learn every single day. As TRKA shapes up, look at that 50-cent area. All these wicks right here. Now, we're on the 5-minute. So the 5 minutes, they don't mean as much to me. But we look like we're having a fight here. A dirty battle between bulls and bears. Not a ton of liquidity, but we are seeing some come in. Excuse me, guys. I'm getting real excited. Look at this TRKA. Shaping up on this 50 cent, and there is a fight here. We're seeing liquidity come in. Guys, TRKA in the pre-market, the volume has already traded 8.5 million on TRKA. 8.5 million, guys. Now we have 10 minutes before market open, so I need to do my due diligence and see what I want to look at trading, okay? So first I need to check and see and make sure Daddy's got enough buying power, and we have quite a bit, so we are going to be a-okay with a couple of trades today. We need to make sure we always keep our risk in mind. So let's look at HRTG. HRTG, look at this shaping up at the top here. I think the issue I had with HRTG, though, was it's running right into this bout of resistance in this area, and anytime it's came up to its 200-day moving average, it's bumped its head and failed. So HRTG is on my bottom feeder. I don't like HRTG, and I'm going to just call a short here. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I am speculating. I'm taking a wild guess, but I really like that 3-4 top once, 3-4 top twice, and will probably, and I'm only guessing, guys, because of this top and all of this liquidity and its previous history showing me that it's failed. But we do have a surprise on earnings. So I'm getting conflicting feelings about this trade. So I would just step back, step aside. But if I had to guess, this might head to the south side. We'll see after the 5-minute range break what it wants to do. XELA, goodness gracious. We aren't going to look at XELA though. We're going to look at AI and see what this wants to do. So AI is shaping up in that 2450 area. It's keeping above it, trading at 2520 right now. Now, if you guys remember, I did get stopped out on this, and it was a pretty crazy call, but I did call this out. I thought it was going to do it same day. It did not. It actually came down further, cleared out even more of this liquidity at its base, and then on earnings ripped up. Now, I don't play earnings, so I was going to get out of this anyway, but we took a small $24 loss on this. We got in here way back here on this day when we seen it shaping up. We were in this push higher. We were up probably 14 or 15 bucks. I didn't take any profits, guys, because my expected move was a lot higher than that, and now it's actually coming into fruition. But that's trading. Sometimes you win, sometimes you're a loser, but you're not a loser as long as we are learning from it. And that's what we're doing here now. Probably should have just waited till after earnings to take this trade, waited for something to form up like it is now, because now you have another great risk reward area, or you can wait for it to come back and test to head higher, or if you wanted to play this earnings gap up, you could. But keep in mind, there is a ton of overhead resistance, guys. It's right into a ton of overhead resistance. It ran right into this $25 area, and it's selling off. Now, if we can push through that, if we have enough liquidity, then its next boss is this between $26 and $28 area, okay? So we have a couple of bosses up top. Will it meet its final boss, the tippy top, and head on higher? Only time will tell, but we will be here trying to tell you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just need more coffee, right? If we get in tongue twisters, that's a-okay. We'll revert back to the mean, just like everything usually does. We got 14 votes. We only need 6 more, and then we will have the sentiment. But right now, 64% of you say above the open. It will close above the open. And 36 say below the open. And right now, it is really looking good for above the open. Let's go through the indices really quick. Now, guys, I'm going to try and rush through the indices. And when I say rush, I mean I'm going to do what I like to do best, and that's commentate on what I see and what I don't see. But here's the thing. If you guys have a question or a ticker you don't see me going over, if there's something you want up on this left-hand side while I'm going over the indices on the right-hand side, you need to let me know. But we only have 7 minutes till market open. So SPY trading up at that $400 area still, looking like it's finding some resistance. We know it's there, guys. We know it's there. It's one of its biggest solid achievements. Now, we are expecting, at least I am, because if we look back here on the daily, it's bounced off this upward trend line 5 times before heading higher, and again, way more than that back here in December, okay? Now, we pushed up and we're pulling back, guys. Don't expect this thing to just head higher straight up, okay? We might sell off, which is okay, and continue to trade sideways. Don't be afraid of the sideways trade, baby, because that sideways trade will help push us higher. So we're gonna put SI on this right side for my dude Rabia, and we're gonna go through these indices as quick as we can. So IWM looking absolutely great up here at these tops, but remember, guys, just like we talked about earlier in the pre-market prep, this is the area to sell off. Don't be buying in these areas, guys. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. These are just my opinions. But look, right here, every time it hits this top, it sells off. Now, if it breaks through and it comes back to test, that might be something we're looking at, guys, right? That might be something we're looking at. Let's keep on moving along. We need Netflix to shape up here, guys. Now, we still have a little ways down by this 307 area. If this thing wants to trade sideways and then test this upward trend line, it's still going to be A-okay for Netflix. So it's looking good for Netflix, but not the overall best. Now, Microsoft is looking just like the SPY. It is breaking up in that 250, and now it's trading at 252. We know that 250 area is very psychological and has been trading sideways in with this V bottom. Okay, this clear out and this test. If this thing wants to head higher, that would be a beautiful thing. If it wants to trade sideways, that's A-okay too for the bulls. For the bears, we're looking for some sell-off. If you want to short this, now would be the area to start thinking about it, guys. Why? Because this is liquidity above it, and we are into, or this is supply above it, and this is supply above it. So if you are watching this closely and you see that there's not enough demand, there might be a lot more supply and this thing might want to come down. But these aren't buy or sell recommendations, guys. I'm just looking at, I'm taking it in how it is. Amazon looking like it's making that V bottom as well, going right back up into this liquidity area. This thing should be more like this. Okay, so here's its liquidity area. Will it push up through and trade sideways in it, or are we going to see some more downside to Amazon? Amazidian trading well below that 200-day moving average. That is not good for the overall market, but with the sentiment that is happening now, it looks like the market doesn't give a crap about this pooper scooper of a stock. It wants to continue higher. So we are going to continue on. Let's take a look at Meta because we only have a few minutes, guys. We're getting ready to start. And Meta, just as we talked about yesterday, guys, if the overall market looks strong, Meta is going to look strong too. Why? Well, look at this beautiful earnings gap up. We made some money on that earnings gap up. But as it pulled back, I said, guys, it's got this huge liquidity area. It might fill its gap. S-Sim right there, another gap. Gap up, and this might fill its gap. But as we looked over this day in, day out, we've seen it holding this 170 area. This graph has been burned into my mind, guys. This is strong. Then it pushes up, and I marked this liquidity for you guys. I said if it goes into this liquidity, expect some sell-off and a retest of 70. That's exactly what we got. You're seeing it here first, right here on LoFiTrader, guys. We call these things out. We love these plays. Now, look at this. It tests. You see this wick on the hourly. This thing comes right back up and starts stuttering right here at its resistance, and now is pushing higher, heading towards that area of 185. And we know that area of 185 is very, very strong. We're probably going to see some resistance here. I don't care how strong the market looks. This 185 is a strong area. So if you're looking for a short, 185 might be a place you're looking to get in for a short. If you're looking for a long, this thing needs to chill out. This thing is headed straight up right now, guys. It is a beautiful thing. So wait for it to smack into some resistance, and maybe it's a dip buy. Maybe not. We will see very soon. Guys, this market's open in 3 minutes, so let's make sure we are covering all of our bases. Alex C, good morning, good morning. Dude, you are early. You are early by like 3 minutes, homie. Good morning. I already know Alex knows his levels. He looked at them last night, and he is prepared and ready, but I don't think he was ready to see the market up this high, around $400. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to start an amazing show. If you like the energy that I'm bringing, if you love the stock market even half as much as I do, you need to hit that subscribe button. We're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I love this, guys, and I love the community that's growing. We've only been here for 4 weeks, guys. You know we're only gonna get better every single stinking day. So right before the market opens, we got 2 minutes so I can read you about this. Today at 10 o'clock, we have a non-manufacturing purchasing managers index, or PMI. I'll read you what the PMI really quick is, and then around 10 o'clock, give me a reminder, and we will go over it. So the Institute of Supply Management, or ISM Non-Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index, also known as the ISM Service or PMI Report on Business, is a composite index that is calculated as an indicator of the overall economic condition for the non-manufacturing sector. The NMI is a composite index based on the diffusion indexes of 4 of the indicators with equal weights: business activity, new orders, employment, and supplier deliveries. So if this thing is higher than usual with an overall market sentiment, that is probably going to be looking worse for the market than if it's lower. If it's lower, it's showing that the economy is slowing down, which that's what we want to see. Interest rates being lowered, that means the stock market will go higher. That's going on at 10 o'clock. These PMI data releases don't have a crazy amount of volatility on the index, but there are people out there that like to watch them. We got 5 seconds. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Market is open. Let's go. Man, I love it. Right there at 400, we've seen exactly what we thought we were going to see at 400. We are seeing it break on down, but the good news is this break on down is looking healthy. We're going to want to see a pullback. Now, I know we get a lot we're looking at, but please, let's take a look at Boyle trading right at that area. I bought it in the last time, yesterday. If you guys remember, SSIM popped in here, brought this to our attention. I love this stock, but was not expecting that much of a pullback. Now, if I would have just hung out for a little bit longer, ladies and gentlemen, we could have seen this thing shape up. Now, trading at that $7, I'm going to go ahead and get just a couple of shares. Why? Because I want to be a part of this beautiful trade, but I don't want to be all in. So there we go. We are in an SSIM. I do like Boyle. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Just a couple of shares to try and make us some coffee money, baby. All right, the SPY is pulling back hard now, just as we should expect it to, guys. Don't be thinking that this is anything that shouldn't happen. We need to see constructive pullbacks so we can prove that the bulls are allowed to be up here. If not, and there's too many bears overhead and they're pushing us down in the water, we need to try and survive and swim up. But you guys know I'm a bear with bull horns. I like to see both sides of the trade. Let's go ahead and bring up TRKA on this left-hand side, and we are going to run through some things. Now, ADRX, as you guys know, I'm going to need a little bit of time to keep an eye and calculate on this. So if I do get quiet, just understand, I'm a trader too, and I need to make sure I take my trades. Because if I miss trades, guess what happens? FSLR happens, ladies and gentlemen. That's what happens. So in about 3 or 4 more minutes, you might hear me shut up. And that might be extremely odd to you. But it's A-okay. That just means that you might want to watch my screen because I am doing things that people like to do. And if we weren't doing things people like to do, then we would be doing bad things that people don't like to do. We don't want to do those things here. So 5-minute range open. If you don't know how I trade this, guys, you need to go to my YouTube channel. You need to go there, and the very first video that usually pops up is how I trade earnings. So these earnings gap ups this whole month, you can ask Alex, has been absolutely phenomenal. We have seen many earnings gap ups like RDX this morning, like FSLR, like NVDA, like META. We've had a ton, and we have made and extrapolated plenty of money from those, and we have lost very minimal on those, right? Our wins are big, our losses are small. We try to do our absolute best to risk management. If we can manage our risk, then we will always be able to show up the next day to trade. And that's what we want. Consistency is key, baby. And TRKA is trading at 51 cents, trying to give us a nice little push. Is that 50 cents going to be an amazing little stop loss? Let's go ahead and see. 50 cents. Let's go ahead and buy 50 shares of this right here. We'll try and get on the bid for TRKA. Let's see. Oh, we can't do that. Not today, not right now. No way, too many. But it's A-okay. We're going to see. We're going to root for our ladies and gentlemen that are in TRK because it looks like it's trying to take off to the upside. Let's go, baby. Let's see, who's in TRKA right now? I know you guys are. We got 16 votes. We only need 4 more to get what we want. ARDX looking like it wants to head on higher. This 5-minute range is getting pretty crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness gracious. ARDX looking absolutely phenomenal. Heading higher. Can it create a range so we can get in? Only time will tell. Let's see what we got going on here. All right. So let's go through and see what's going on with my trades. We want to make sure I'm doing A-okay in the market. So we have this XM. Every time it comes up to this top, it's getting a quick sell-off, but there is a lot of volume coming in. We'd like to see volume, but we want to see it to the north side. So can my XM trade continue to the north side? We are up about $13 on this trade. Very small, but let's go ahead and be proud of it, because these small winners will be small losses, and these small losses won't be nothing to our big winners. So we have right here, $17 area was my buy-in, and we were using this as my stop. I'm going ahead and bring my mental stop up underneath here. If this breaks down too hard or too fast, or even gives back this $17 area, I'm not going to want to be in it. So I'll actually just go ahead and remove this drawing completely. We know now where our stop loss is. We've already been in this trade for 3 days, 1, 2, and 3. I want to see this thing head higher and do one of two things. 1, break me out for my stop loss, or 2, my next stop loss area. And where is that stop loss area? Ladies and gentlemen, that stop loss area is my 10-day moving average. We use that simple moving average on the daily. Yes, Caesar, good. I'm glad you're in here, because I am not. Okay, you are in it to win it, baby, and I'm hoping you know your risk. We're going to act like Caesar's risk is right here around this 50-cent area, but we will use this base down here at 47 cents. Caesar is holding TRKA. Now, what is your average, if you don't mind me asking, Caesar, and what is your stop loss? So I know this morning, I think you were already in it and you were waiting for me to commentate on it. Now we are doing that now, baby. Why? Because I love it just as much as you do, and I want to root for you. So if you want and you feel comfortable with giving your average, let me know. But first and foremost, what I would love to hear from you, Caesar, is what is your stop loss? Because if you are up already and you know you don't want to give back all those profits, because that hurts way more than anything, giving back everything that you worked so hard for, well, I need to know what your stop loss is. So XM looking absolutely scrumptious at its highs, trading at 17.25. We are up a can of coffee in XM. I'm pretty proud of that. Now, EMBC, this thing looking like absolute crap at the open. I don't like to see that. Why? Well, because this trade with this cup and handle, I'm expecting to move much higher. Now, I will keep this $30.90 area for a stop loss, because I do believe EMBC just needs more time. This thing is an IPO that has traded sideways for a very, very long time. So we are trading in a very known resistance level, or this might end up being a support level. Only time will tell. We aren't going to be a hindsight Henry, because we are bringing you history in the making right here, right now, every single day, Monday through Friday. The best commentary, stock analysis, and you guessed it, live trades. We will go over my winners. We will go over my losers, because you are a loser unless you are learning. And we try to learn something here every single day on this show. So if you like what I'm bringing you, if I am any form entertaining, if you don't see it and you want to see more of it, hit that subscribe button, baby, because we are here every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 until 12. Now, I want to see how Meta's doing, because I'm expecting, yes, a pullback. Thank you very much, Meta. We want to see that pullback. It needs to be constructive. In this, is this a buy area? Things are looking nice for Meta. I don't know if it's a buy area, guys. It looks a little extended. It might want to try and fill this gap. But keep in mind, the market is looking absolutely amazing right now. With this pullback, it's trying to already catch a bid. I don't think this bid holds. Now, I do hope I'm wrong. You know I am a bear with bull horns, guys. I want to see it hold. If it can hold and hold it stay, then this thing is looking more juicy than I have ever anticipated. I truly believed that it was going to sell off, and I still believe that it is going to sell off a little bit in this area. There is a lot of people that are skeptical. There is a lot of bearish people that are going to try and sell their stock into this. Now, if they sell and we don't have a lot of sellers and there's nothing but buyers here, well, what happens when your supply overtakes demand? It goes to the moon, baby. So let me take a little sip, because my throat is like, what are you doing today? What are you doing today? I'm yelling. Oh, shoot. We need to look at ARDK. All right, let's see. Yeah, this is what happens to me, guys. This is what happens. All right, here are our levels. This is how you trade it. We're on the 5-minute. All right, we're gonna want to see this thing break here, and it did break. Now I could get in for a lower price, but the thing is, man, this thing, goodness gracious. We need to go look at First Solar really quick. Let's look at First Solar. Look at First Solar, goodness gracious. First Solar with another push to the highs, with the market still trying to pull back right now. First Solar trading at 202.83. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. This is going to be my biggest trade that I missed. I really wish I could say I'm in this, guys. I don't know why I stuttered when I did this. I actually watched the video from 2 days ago with my wife because I needed to review why I didn't take this, because I wanted to make sure I wasn't making any excuses, because I keep saying out loud to my audience that I missed this trade, I missed this trade, I missed this trade. I didn't miss this trade. I didn't take this trade, and that needs to be said. Why didn't I take this trade? Well, I said right on stream, guys, because look at this huge push up from here, and then I seen this range. Look how big this range is. I said, that range is too big. I don't like the risk reward. What the heck was I thinking? Ladies and gentlemen, the risk reward is there. You just need to take smaller share size. So instead of risking, 100 shares here and possibly losing, a crap load of money, I could have just risked 5 or 6 shares, where I'm risking, let's say 183, I'm risking $5 or $10 here. I could take just a few shares, and we'd be in this. But hey, I'm not here to whine and complain. I'm here to go over my trades that I missed, and the trades that I've lost, and the trades that I am in, that I'm winning, that we are making that money. You're totally right on ONCS. It's going down. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at ONCS for 2 reasons. ONCS. One, I do like when people pop in here and say, hey, you're right. It feels great. But do keep in mind, too, with ONCS, we called this top. We expected a push and a sell-off, right? And we called that all out because it pushed and it hit that top and it sold off, and then it started trading even lower, right? We expected a little push in the morning and then maybe a sell-off into it. But do keep in mind, we did bring up the fact that it's trying to defend this 225 area. So ONCS did sell off, yes. But we are expecting, and right there, right where I drew that line, we are getting a little pop. And we might see it shape up here, or we might see anybody that was in this trade sell off completely, and this thing might go straight to the downside. But I personally am expecting to see a little bounce here. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just looking at these charts with a big chin on YouTube, explaining some crap that who knows if I even know what I'm talking about. But look at First Solar at 203.80. Goodness gracious, it's going to give me a heart attack. Rabia, you need to come take this monitor, or at least take this ticker and get it off my watch list. Only kidding, I love it. Let's take a look at Boyle. So Boyle looked absolutely beautiful in pre-market, but we know in pre-market we don't like to give a lot of attention to it because it is low liquidity in pre-market. As you can see, if we look back, liquidity on the pre-market is non-existing. All of our existing liquidity is during the day. So now that we are open, we can expect this thing to probably fill that small gap and test this area again before trying to head higher. Now, can it head higher? I don't know for sure, but this 7 sure does look interesting, guys. Why? If we zoom in on this daily chart, way down here at this base, you can see all of its moving averages starting to form up underneath it, starting to form its base. It's got this base of 471 that it broke through, created a V bottom, and has a ton of volume to show up. So this thing could continue its downward thrust. But if we want to be the bear with bull horns and we want to sharpen our horns, we want to see both sides of this story. So I do like bull where it's at right now for the bull side, but you can always trade lower because the overall history is to the downside. So be careful out there, ladies and gentlemen, because trading can be hard. And as we speak, ONCS is shaping up around that 225 area. So keep it in mind, guys. Just if it goes to one side, look for the other side, right? So Amory, I sure hope I'm saying your name right. Thank you for bringing that up. A lot of people will like to bring up when you're wrong, and not a lot of people bring up when you're right. So Amira, I do appreciate you, and I do hope you're subscribed because we need more people like you in this community. Stay positive, just stay positive. I think that's really the key takeaway, and make sure you're learning, right? So Amira, thank you so much. I do appreciate you showing up and talking in the comments. So you say you're holding between 224 and 226 for ONTC, 224 and 226. I see what you're saying here. Just make sure you know what your stop loss is, okay? I had my line drawn in the sand in pre-market. I already talked about this. If it breaks this 225 area, I don't care for it too much, but I can understand why you are holding if you haven't stopped out yet, because it's right in its support. So yes, it did go down, but I still think there is hope. And I say hope respectfully because I do hope that everybody makes money in this, but trading is hard, and sometimes you need to relax and know where your stop loss is, guys. So let's go back to ARDX. So ARDX, it is looking absolutely beautiful in this 5-minute range. It looks like this might be a beautiful stock to take because it's holding those. It's holding those gains, guys. It's looking absolutely great here, and I like the stock. But we're going to see, does it want to hold here? Does it want to continue to trade sideways, or does it want to push higher? It's sitting on top of its VWAP. ARDX now trading at 363, guys. 363. If you're new to the show, ladies and gentlemen, we do everything from small cap to large cap to long-term investing. And some say, well, you need a niche. Well, my niche is knowing a little bit about everything. My niche is YouTube, baby. I'm a commentator, okay? I'm a commentator, not a hater. And I hate a hater hating because they never let it go. So ladies and gentlemen, if you are here and you love this entertainment, if you love anything that has to do with stock market, that's what we're doing here. For pre-market prep, we start at 8 a.m. And if you want to be here to do yourself a favor, you should show up, okay? You should show up because we are looking at all these levels already. Everything that you see has already been drawn out for you from previous days. And if they aren't, we go over it and we draw them out for you here. So I absolutely love it. Yes, Samira, that rebound, you heard it here first, but how high will that rebound be? Not so sure. We're running right into that VWAP area now, so please be careful with ONCS and know where your stop loss is. Now, I sound like a broken record, but guys, that is just how I am. I want to make sure all the new investors know how to use risk management. I want to make sure all of you are getting taken care of. So if you have any questions, anything that you want to know, whether you're a newbie or a seasoned vet, I want to hear it from you. Tell me what you're watching. Tell me what you're looking at. Ask your questions, baby, because I would not be here unless it was for you. So thank you very much. Give yourselves a nice little cheers. Right here, black coffee, just the way I like it. So let's look at BFRG. As we were looking at BFRG this morning, it was brought up by, who was that? Was that New Vision that brought that up? Oh, come on, let me think. Was it Jay? I think it was Jay. I'm not 100% sure, but New Vision or Jay, BFRG, we brought up this morning because it had that little pop. Now, I told you guys when we seen this pop, okay, not to play I told you so or anything like that. I said we got this pop, but every time, we don't have anything to base this off of, and it's running right into its resistance from its open, right? So it ran into resistance, and I said it's probably going to sell off, but we want to see, because that's my bear bias, and it did sell off. But I always want to look at the bullish side, and the bullish side to this is what? We want to see this hold somewhere. Can it hold some of these gains? If it holds some of these gains, it shows that this base is formidable, and we might be able to use this base as a stop loss if we like the stock. So if you like BFRG, Bullfrog Holdings, or Bullfrog, this is an AI stock, actually. I didn't even know that. So we're going to put BFRG right here. This is probably going to be a lagger in a sympathy play, as some people like to call it, with AI itself. So we have a slew of AI stocks somewhere in our mess of tickers. And so we're going to keep an eye on BFRG along with AI, which if we could find AI, that would be great, because this ticker is probably going to move in sympathy with it. So if AI goes higher, which AI is going higher, guys, at 25.87. So I want to just shape up with BFRG, and we will come back to AI as AI pushes higher to 25.81. Goodness gracious, looking absolutely amazing. Now, BFRG did do its pullback. It's trying to show us some shape here. If this AI stock can shape up, it might look nice to the north side. Now, with AI going higher, BFRG is also going to go higher in sympathy of it. So let me go ahead and bring up BFRG and let you guys know what the little lowdown is on this. And then we'll get right back to the stock market show. So guys, look at this. I'm going to read this to you what AI is. BF Bullfrog AI Holdings. It's a digital biopharmaceutical company which engages in the artificial intelligence and machine learning driven analysis of complex data set in medical and healthcare. The company was founded by Vinder Singh in August 2017 and is headquarters in Gothenburg, MD. So that is the quick what is this stock, and that's what it is. Okay, now I don't know if this thing's going to do anything here. I really have no idea, but if AI is going to move, this stock is considered an AI stock. Now it's a biopharmaceutical. I don't like that crap, so I would give this more time to shape up. But take a look at this. Is AI going to fail and tank right here at these pre-market highs, or will it have enough volume to blow through it? Let's look at let's look at the daily to see. Let's see, so on the daily, this thing can move 12.9%. It does look like it got a nice pop in volume, obviously, because of earnings. And now today, it looks like it's already traded what it usually trades in the past week or two. So it's already trading well over the amount of volume it has traded in the past 2 weeks besides earnings. So that is a good sign for AI that there's a lot of volume coming in. We just want to see that volume continue to come in. If it can continue to come in and continue to roll over, we are going to see good things for the stock AI. Now, let's look at SPY. Back up to that $400 area. You got to love it, ladies and gentlemen. You got to love it being up there in that $400 area. That's a great sign. Now, if we keep selling off while we're here, that's A-okay. We want to see that sideways action. Go ahead, sell off every single time. We want to continue making money, and we know stocks don't go straight up. We need to form some bases. Now, AI, it is touching its peak at that $26 and is pulling back. This might be a nice little sell trade here. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just talking head with a big chin that weighs me down. Sometimes it hurts to talk. So now it's pulling back, guys. It's pulling back. Now, if it can keep trading sideways up in this area and break through, we already are showing the volume. So this pullback might be a nice dip buy, but it might fail and head to the ground. We will see. So what do we got going on, guys? If you don't see what I am watching or you don't watch what I am seeing, we'll figure out the words later. Just put it in the comments what you want to see. And we are seeing OCEA. You guys like them low floats. You like them high flyers. Well, right here is one in front of your face. Heiser, good morning. It is always good to see my buddy, my friends, my pals, my amigos, my comrades all in the chat. It's amazing. It's uplifting, and it makes me feel great to see all the support here. So OCEA is starting to show a little bit of liquidity here in the morning open. It is 9:51. We've been open for 21 minutes, guys. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, let me know, baby, because I cannot get enough. We are at $6.45. OCEA keeps popping back and forth, doesn't know what it wants to do. It's at the first bout of liquidity at $6.75. If this thing can push through $6.75, it might be able to push up to that $8 area. And if it hits that $8 area, that would be a nice little spot to start taking profit. Heiser, where are you at with OCEA? Are you waiting to pounce? Are you in for a long? Or are you shorting this pop? Let us know in the comments. TRKA is slowly moving. So we know that TRKA shouldn't be a crazy mover. Now this can rip your face off if you're not looking, right? Because it can move 20.4%. But we looked up TRKA and we know that this is a 50 million float. Right? Around 50 million float. Now it's getting adjusted, obviously, because we read 25, we read 80. So we're going 50 million float on TRKA, if I remember correctly. So I think I do. I kind of want to look it up just to make sure. And the float is, yes, 50 million. So we got between 31 and that 67. So that's what we agreed on, guys. 50 million. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Good. I'm glad we're all in favor. And now it's up to $52.99. That means this stock wants to climb, but it's hitting right in that resistance area. Look, guys, this is previous day VWAP. VWAP is volume weighted average price, meaning it's taking all the information it's giving you for the day and it's giving you the average price and it's painting it on this chart for you. So yesterday, its volume average price was right here at this 53. You can also see this 53 is accepted price area. Why? Well, because after it pushes up here, it bounces once, twice. After it breaks through, it bounces once, twice. This 53-cent area has been accepted. So what do we see on the technical analysis? This thing definitely has the ability to push up to this 53-cent area. So what happens when it gets here, guys? Well, you take a guess. If there's supply overhead, there might be some selling off into it. Do I think this is going to sell off and go straight to the bottom? It might. It surely could. But if this thing wants to shape up and really has the support behind it and wants to head higher, because we already know from this morning in pre-market prep, if you guys were here, we already looked up that float checker. We already looked up the short interest, and the short interest was 36% on TRKA. So looking up the percentage, 36.28%. That is crazy. We could see something phenomenal happen with this. And I don't want to be that guy, that robot, that talking head, that AMC ape, and I don't have nothing against AMC apes. I'm just saying, I don't want to act like, hey, to the moon. But I'll say this. I've seen tickers with 30% short stock interest, and these things can be powerful. And as I say that, it smacks into that 53-cent area. The VWAP from yesterday. Will TRKA prevail? And as we say this, SPY now trading at $400.57. Let's go, baby. Let's go. If you got a 401k, you should be clapping right now. If you got a Roth IRA, a funding, any kind of account, your SPY is going up, your account's going up, and that means we are making some money today, baby. Now, let's keep in mind, there is still overhead resistance right here at 453. If it starts to shudder, if it starts to shake, well, that's A-okay, baby, because we can shake and bake. We can do that, baby, because we still love that sideways action. So TRKA looking absolutely phenomenal at this 53-cent area, but we know that TRKA could see some resistance. Now, Amira, I do want you to understand that yes, it passed that 53-cent area, but we only are going to use this whole area around this 53 cent, okay? Why? Because stocks aren't perfect. These penny stocks are a lot more tight niche. A lot more tight niche, guys. They will play, pretty dang close to the actual line. So just like you see, I drew this line out, and within, 0.7 cents, it hit it, and now it's pulling back down. Okay, it hit it and it's pulling back down. We'll even look on the 1 minute to really get this thing justified. Holy crap, Thinkorswim just went wonky on me. So look at this, guys. I'll even zoom in. I drew this line in pre-market before it ever got up here, right, guys? You were here for pre-market. You've seen it. This is just what I do. I love it. I marked this for you. We said if this bases up around here, and it did, it based up. We even said 50 cent would be a good risk. And look at this, guys. It came back down, held 50 cents, and pushed higher. Now, we brought it back up, and we touched this other line that we drew, which is off of VWAP. It's so simple. So simple. Came up and touched that on VWAP. Now, what we want to see for TRKA for the bulls is this. It smacked its resistance. It's run into supply. So what do we want to see? We want to see it hold, baby. So where do we want to see it hold? Above VWAP would be ideal. But anywhere in this area, this 50 cent area, we don't want it to break. We want it to at least hold and trade sideways. Okay? Now, if it can do that, that means that this is going to try and test again. And we might get 2 or 3 tests. Why do I think that? Well, look, guys, look back here. That wants to test. It likes to test. So it's tested. It's dunked its little toe in the water. It's nice and warm. Maybe it pulls back, warms its little body up, and then dives in. Who knows? And who knows if that's dived to the upside or the downside? You never know. You never know. You might tip your little toe in that fancy water and think, that's not the agua that I like, and it just fails to the downside. Or it might want to take a big old thirsty gulp and fill right on up all the way to the tippy top. We will see all these analogies, guys. If you like analogies as much as I like analogies, hit that subscribe button, because not only do I have the dad jokes, but I have the analogies with allergies. All right, TRKA looks like it's giving us that pop. It really doesn't want to fail here, but Only time will tell. We are looking on the 1 minute. Let's take a look on the 15 to really cut through some of this noise. Now, if we look at it on the 15, we can clearly see it's just trading in this range. It's hitting these base, it's hitting the top. Now, what we want to see is it break the top, right? So if you're playing, you want to get in somewhere low, you want to get out somewhere high. So if you have this in this low, in this 50-cent area, now's a good time to take some profits. Because if it comes back down and stops you out, you already made your money. Okay, and that's what we want to do on here, guys. We want to first protect our equity. We can always figure out how to make money. The hardest part is trying to find ways to lose less. Because if you're losing less money and you're making more money, I mean, that's simple math, guys. I don't even have to use numbers here, right? Awesome, good. I'm glad we're all caught up to speed. Now, SPY having a nice little pullback. We need to see some pullbacks too, guys. We need to see some pullbacks. I'm looking on the 5 minute, but in the overall market, this is looking good. I do want to see it test this 400, trade around this 400, give us some sideways action before even heading higher. Or if it wants to, maybe it sells right back off and comes right back down to that 200-day moving average. That is totally understandable and totally okay for the SPY to do. We need to let it breathe, baby. Let it breathe, let it air out. It's been a sweaty, hot summer for the SPY, and it just needs to air out. It needs to let it all out. Just let it all out, SPY. It's going to be okay. Now, as we speak, TRKA is trading at 52 cents. We will keep that on the 5 minute just to cut down on some of the noise, and we're going to run through the indices on the right-hand side. But first, I need to look at this trade right here that I did not take, ARDX. It's still trading sideways. Now, what I wouldn't mind is this thing coming back down and testing this 344, because that 344 on RDX is simply put its double top. So if this thing wants to sell off and touch its double top again and head on higher and break through that 5, not only will I have a stop range on a 5 minute, but I will also have my stop at a triple top and a pre-market top. Okay, that's an amazing thing, guys. So this might end up shaping up to be a really nice trade. We just need a little bit more time to tell. Okay, this thing wants to form up here and head on higher. That's even stronger. But testing this would be even. I mean, either way, this stock. I like the stock. I like the stock. I like the stock. So, what do you guys got going on? TRK LOL. Yeah. Little bounce on. Oh yeah, we gotta make sure we keep OCEA up on here for my boy. OCEA. Let's see. Oh, I already got OCEA. We're gonna bring it down here. We gotta make sure we keep looking at OCEA because I don't want to lose my boy Heiser. My boy Heiser's the man, and you know I love him. So we got 1 more minute. Alex C says 1 more minute. I'm not caught up, but I will say this, guys. I just got to go through my quick little spiel. We got a poll going on. The poll is right here. It is, will the SPY close above or below the open? If you go ahead and hit your answer on one of these polls, we're trying to get this up to 20 before I close this down for the day. And we are still here for another 2 hours, so I'm sure we will get that expected vote. But while you're here, go ahead and smash that like button. I want to get up to 20 likes as well. That is a simple goal, and I think it is achievable with the awesome community that we have created. Now, guys, if you are here and you are watching me, if you like and love any of that comments or entertainment that I'm bringing up to you, guys, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I love doing this. You'll never see more emotion or more passion on a YouTube channel. That's what I do. That's why I'm going to make it with YouTube. And if you want to see this ever-growing community rise to the top, just like my desk this morning, then what I want you to do is hit that subscribe button. And as we speak, TRKA now trading at 53 cents, running right back into that resistance area, trying to show us it is a strengthly stock. And we like those strengthly stocks because they keep it entertaining, brother. It keeps it entertaining. Now let's go back to that, was it ONTC? I can't remember. Let's see, ONTC. 12 years old and fat. Are you still with us, brother? In at 40 cents, TRKA. Not sure whether to take some profits or whether to dip. Seems like a good support at 50 cents at the moment. 12 years old and fat. I don't know why I haven't said your name on the chat, but if you're still here with us, give me a holler, brother. I hope you are, because I missed that name. I missed your name. I missed the chat, but you're in TRK at 40 cents. You know I like to read it. Now, as we speak, SPY is breaking back down at $399.69. Guys, don't fret, don't fight. We are still where we want to be with this stock. Now, we told you that this is trading in an area where it's got resistance well above. We are not going to see the SPY go straight up. We are expecting pullbacks, and I even said, as a bear, I'm bearish at this price. But if we can pull back and show that we have support somewhere down here or here, then my bullhorns are getting chalked up to go back on higher. Yes, Amira, it is ONCS. Thank you very much. You are on top of it, Amira. You are on top of it. I absolutely appreciate you being here. So yes, we did get that bounce off of that 223, that 225-ish area that I was talking about to you earlier. We talked about this morning, this thing getting a little pop and a sell-off. It did pop, it did sell off, but what are we looking at now? Is this thing going to run right back into this resistance of 265, or is it even going to make it up that high? It does look like it's pittering out, and it does look like the volume is almost to a no. So let me just bring up the volume here because it's so important, guys, and I need to start volume analyzing a lot more. Not just chart analysis, but we need to do charting on the volume too. Why? Well, because it tells you what is going on. If you see a huge inverse in volume at this 225, we know that this has the ability to hold. That is why we showed you right here on the stock that it probably would, right? Now, let's look at the next day's volume where we know that there's a pocket of resistance up here. We can see the volume. We can mark this pocket of resistance. I use the VWAP. It makes it a lot easier at 275. Now, we have today, okay? Today, let's look at the volume today. There is no volume in comparison to what is overhead. What does that tell me? Well, that simply tells me that this little stutter step, if there's no volume coming in and we're seeing more sell-off volume coming in, well, good day to you, sir. I think you know what I'm going to say, and I don't need to say it because these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I am just looking at the charts and taking ideas and putting them into your hearts, into your homes, and hopefully into your accounts if you start with your risk. Know your risk, know your reward, so we can earn that RARI, ladies and gentlemen. So we will revisit ONCS and see what it wants to do. But what I want to see is looking over some of the other trades that we talked about before. Remember Baba? We talked about Baba. New Vision brought this up and he asked about the gap up in New Baba. And I constantly have been saying in Baba, any gap up on this thing, if you look at any gap up, it fails and fills that gap. Well, Baba had that exact same thing here. It gapped up and then it's failed that gap, right? Now, here's the thing. With Baba, it has reached this base here at 88.98, right? It's trading right around this base of, let's just call it $88, right? So this Baba here might be able to shape up just below its 200-day moving average. If it can, this right here is where I'm going to be looking to get in. So I'm going to create an alert because if this thing wants to break out, I'm going to keep a very close eye on the institutional ownership buying this up down here. If I see them buying it up down here, I want to be there with the giants. I want to be there buying it up with those giants, okay? So that's just my quick little take on Baba. I want to go back to ARDX, and it looks like it is trading sideways. This is looking very healthy for this stock right now. I really do like the look of that stock. SEER looked like it had its earnings and then blew through up on some volume. But keep in mind, guys, I'm seeing a very, very simple downtrend here, and it looks like it blew through that downtrend. But we need to keep in mind that it's still under the 200-day moving average, and is it showing any proof of concept up here? So it does look like it's not selling off quick, but it does look like it's starting to sell off. So look at this, guys. There's a ton of overhead resistance on this stock. I'm not seeing a ton of institutional ownership buying this up at this base. It gapped up on earnings, but the earnings were still less. They're losing still money on their earnings, okay? And it looks like it's getting these wick off on the tops. This is the 5-minute. If we look at the 15-minute, we can reduce some of this noise, and we're seeing multiple wicks, wick off toppersons right here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say this SEER with this big blow off right into this resistance right here. Look at this resistance. I'm thinking that this is probably its final days on SEER. So that is my bearish bias to this. I don't have much of a bullish bias to this because it's under the 200-day moving average. So be careful in this stock. If you're long on this stock for whatever reason, make sure you have your stop losses in mind and make sure you understand these wicks, these big wicks, what they're doing and what's going on back here. Now, I could be completely wrong. This thing might find a base. It might trade sideways in this area. If it does for a couple of days and lets these 10, 20, and 30-day moving averages catch up, then we might see a base to form up. But until it gets above that 200-day moving average, I do not care about you. So HPX, oh, look at HPX. Heiser, if you're with us, you need to take a look at HPX. Now, Heiser brought this to my attention just a few days ago. HPX is a high flyer, low float of a stock. We need to go over this for you really quick just so you understand what is going on with this stock. So we'll bring up the SPY on the left-hand side and we'll keep it on the 5 minutes so we have a better understanding, which, by the way, is trading at $399.56, looking really scrumptious. So I like it and I hope you like it too. Let me see if I can't do a little something here on the sideline, guys. So give me 1 second and let me see if I can just drop in one more time in this Facebook Messenger. I'm trying to do my absolute best in order to keep this up and running because it seems like we're getting a lot of attention from you guys over there, and I do appreciate and love every single one of you. So thank you so much for stopping in. So let's see what we got going on. I'm going to go through some stocks here, guys, and I'm going to go through some low floats. I'm going to go through some mid and some big cappers. So while I'm doing this, I'm going to do my best to stay focused for you in order to stay entertained. But if you guys have anything that you want to going on, something you don't see, put that in the comment section. So that way when I come back, I can go over it, okay? So here's my quick 5-second break that you know I love to do. And then after that, we are going to get right into looking at a ton of tickers, okay? Cheers to you. So HPX, this thing is a crazy stock, guys. So let's take a look at HPX and let's look at the actual short squeeze interest. So HPX, this probably isn't going to have much data on it because it is a penny, but let's look at the float. It should give us the float. So HPX float is, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, do I need to say it? Yes, I do. 2 million float on this ticker. Now, we talked about HPX first thing this morning. I said, this is looking like this chart. It's looking like a number 5. Now, is it still forming up and looking like a number 5? It sure as heck is, guys. Now, is this a time to buy? Absolutely not. This is not the time to buy, guys. This was the time to buy. When it started to form its base back here, right here, when it started to show its run up, it's found a base here and started to head higher. And then when it came up into here, we didn't see quick sell-off like this. Come up into here, quick sell-off. It came up into here, we didn't see any sell-off. And look at this thing as we speak. It jumps up to $27.50. Guys, you need to be careful. Know your risk. If you're trying to get into this thing, you could get hurt badly. But this is looking like a penny stock number 5 trade. The trade was down here at $17.30 and now it's trading all the way up to $27.50. If this doesn't get you excited, I don't know what does. This could make or break your bank, up 60% from when we started talking about it. Goodness gracious, HPX on an absolute tear. Well, the SPY trades at $399.55. Ladies and gentlemen, I absolutely love it. It's hard to revert back to the mean here when you get so gosh darn excited. So if we need to bring up, we'll bring up HPX. We'll keep that up on that side and we will go over our indices on this left-hand side for you. So HPX over here. HPX, bada bing, bada boom, looking absolutely amazing. If you guys, yeah, don't chase. Yeah, enter at the best areas you can only. Alex spitting some absolute truth in the comment section, guys. We do not, and I repeat, do not want to buy the top and sell the bottom. That is not us. That is not what we want to do. It hurts to do it. It really, really does. Now, the SPY trading at $399.68. It's forming a nice base here at that $399 area. You couldn't ask for more if you're a bull. It is looking beautiful. But keep in mind, we still have the ability to pull back, guys. We are going to trade in this zone, at least I'm expecting to, for a little while because this market isn't going to get back up to that 410 overnight. We know as traders, it takes a couple of days. Now, that HPX trading looking absolutely crazy. Heiser, where the heck are you, brother? Please get your butt back in here. HPX, get in the YouTube chat, bro. Jeez, we have such a crazy show, and I know we got small whales of stock ticking traders out there that I know personally that if they aren't in this, they're probably too deep into it, a matter of fact, to even be on this chat, but they are going to join with us. They are going to give us our take, their take, everybody's take. Goodness gracious, I take. You need to be a giver, though. You need to be a giver. If you're always taking, you need to give a little back. At $27.50 HPX. So, running through the indices, I noticed that IWM finally pulling back a little bit. Now, as you guys know, if you've been with me the past 3 weeks, IWM, which is the Russell 2000, which measures all these small cap stocks, okay? what is it doing way above its 200-day moving average? It's been looking so strong over the overall SPY. Now the SPY is actually doing something nice, and I brought this up this morning, guys. This isn't the time to buy the SPY. This is the time to sell the SPY or the IWM. Why? Because it's at these peaks, and every time it's climbed up to these peaks, it has sold off. And look, it did exactly that. Now, I also said to you, I could be wrong, or it could go higher, right? Because I don't ever want to be certain. We don't actually know. I don't have a crystal ball. But we did call this out, and we gave our bearish bias to this. Now, I also gave my bullish and said we want to see the ship shape up somewhere in this area. If it ship shapes up in this 188 area, that is a good sign for it to push higher. And then when it breaks through, or the other sentiment was it pushes higher and pulls back to test that. Okay? So we have plenty of crap going on here, guys. Let's see, talking about crap, let's see how Netflix is shaping up. And I say that as a joke because Netflix is looking stronger with the overall indices because it's well above that 200-day moving average. If it's above the 200-day, we know that's still a stock that we like. And we drew this trend line out for you. It looks like it's trying to hold that 318. And with this upward trend line that we posted on you days ago, looks like it's doing absolutely phenomenal. So before I carry on, I just want to go ahead and do this really quick because it's 10:15, guys. It's 10:15. I want to make sure we're all smashing this like button. If we can get up to 20 likes, that would make me happy. You can actually use this and consider it a personal favor of mine. So while you're here, do me a favor, smash that like button. Do me another favor while you're here, hit that subscribe button, guys, because you're never, ever going to see another guy on YouTube bringing it to you like this, guys. I bring it to you with passion, with love, and it's all real and raw. I do it in front of you live every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Why? Because I love it. I love the community. It's growing extremely fast, and I want you to see it grow from the bottom all the way to the top. Just like Drake, he started from the bottom, right? Worked his way to the top. Goodness gracious, I ain't got a voice like him, but if I did, I'd sing to you more, that's for sure. Microsoft now trading at 254.38, and Heiser is in. He is watching, thank goodness. He says watching, LOL, but locates are too expensive. Yeah, locates for HPX are too expensive. And when he says this, he means when you short a stock, you have to actually borrow those shares. To borrow those shares from your broker, you have to pay for those shares to borrow them. Yes, it is a thing, and it's crazy, right? Well, the borrows are expensive for HPX, so you already have to pay a fee to get in before you decide to short, which can be a mental mind screwiness if you are like me. I don't like to know right away that I'm already down, say, 20 bucks in this stock because I wanted to borrow 200 shares, right? And they all vary. They can, you can only pay $2 for 100 shares. Depends, what stock it is. But these brokers do this, okay, guys? So, Heiser, I'm glad that you're still here, brother, because I know that you pointed out HPX to me the last time when I missed it. So, if you're watching HPX that's on this right-hand side, please be careful. These stocks, the equities are very expensive to short. I don't know exactly how much, but Heiser said they're too expensive. So, we are watching it run right into this resistance of $30 area. You can see it right back here. It's VWAP area of $30, $31. We can even draw this out for you if you would like. Now, it's pretty simple, but if we can get up into this area, this might be a nice little short. This $30 area might be a nice little short, but you need to know your risk. What are you risking? What is your reward? And these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a big chin. I'm just a big chin on YouTube doing the gosh darn thing. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button. And as we speak, look at Microsoft blowing through that supply area. I'm sorry, not blowing through the supply area. Yes, blowing through the supply area. It's making its way to the tops. Now trading at 254.57, looking great for Microsoft. Absolutely love it. Goodness gracious, Heiser says $240 for 100 shares for HPX. That could be a juicy good thing, or it might be extremely bad if you get caught on the wrong side. You're already going to be down $240. So you're not going to see me shorting that thing anytime soon. But Microsoft looking good. We're going to switch to Amazon, Amazon, AMZN, ladies and gentlemen. And as you know, I have been talking the biggest amount of crap about Amazon. And I will continue to talk crap, except for there's one little thing now. We got this V-shaped bottom. It's breaking through its supply on volume. What's next? Does this thing want to shoot right back up to this duty area of $100? Because this pooper scooper needs to scoop right on up and head to the north side. HPX now trading into that 30-31 area. So we are going to definitely want to keep an eye on that. And Amorii, I need to really learn how to pronounce those names. Amorii is what I'm going to say, and if it is pronounced Amorii, please let me know in the chat. I want to make sure I get that down, and if not, tell me how to spell it. Rabia had to do the same thing for me. Rabia, if you're still here, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. But Amorii, I believe, Amorii, tell me how to say that so I don't forget, because you seem like you're going to be pretty active, and I want to make sure I can remember that name. We will be going over PBTS in just one quick tongue twister. Meta's up next. Look at Meta. Goodness gracious. Now, guys, you heard me on chat. You heard me say it. I expected this thing to at least find some issues in this 180 area, and it says, oh, hell no. And this thing waves its finger, just like you get into them arguments with some of them girls, and it says, we are going higher, not Heiser. Don't get confused with Heiser. We are going higher. Amorii, perfect. You said it right. Yes, finally. I said a name right. It took me forever to remember Rabia's name. She came in here. She actually had to type out how to pronounce it, and I got it, and then I never forgot because I put it right here. Rabia's name's on the board because I don't want to forget you guys at all. So look, we are stutter stepping right here on HPX at that $30 area that I drew that resistance out for you. Is this a for sure thing? No, nothing is. This thing might sell off wildly hard here, or we could blast right through and head on higher. You never know with these penny stocks, but I'm going to draw these lines out so we have a better idea of where the sentiment is in the market. So we shall see. So it looks like we are starting to get some names in the chat. So let me just get through 3 more tickers and we will look up those other trades. PBTS and XELA, I see it, and we will be going over it soon. But I want to make sure we get through NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, of course, when it comes back up to this area, and I told you guys this in pre-market, we bounced off this supply area from back here. We're heading back up higher, and I said we're going to see a little stutter step in here, and we did. And we should see it bounce off this, and we did. Now, what we want to see after all of this, after we just chased all the sentiment, after we just talked about all of the sentiment, we need to see NVIDIA hold up. We want to see it hold up above this 230, okay? Because it tested, it broke through. Now, if it comes back to test, we're expecting this thing to buy up. And if it does, that is an inverse head and shoulders, ladies and gentlemen, just like we showed you on Tesla. Tesla is the inverse head and shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this right here. I marked it for you where the sell-off area is. This is a head and shoulders, not an inverse head and shoulders. This is a head and shoulders. It comes up, creates an area of supply. It breaks through that area and sells off hard. When it comes back up to that area, that is your sell point. That is straight out of the book of Wyckoff. If you don't know who Wyckoff is, he has a great read that you can find for free, just like everything else on. You can find it on YouTube. You can also find it on Google. I read about it yesterday because Mikey G wanted to spit some knowledge at me. And if you ever say something to me that I don't know and it is related to the stocks, I will do my due diligence. I will learn it for you and I will regurgitate that information as best that I possibly can. So look at this. Tesla, top breakthrough, hits that same top. That is a head and shoulders, and it breaks down. Now, this is the area to get out. Why? Because that's a supply area. It then broke through that supply area, and it's coming back up. Now, guess what? We have the boss of 200 to fight. So, back to what I was saying on NVIDIA. Look at this. It's the inverse of that same correlation. We have the shoulder. It trades sideways. We break through that respected 230 area. And now, look, it comes back to test. Is this a buy area for NVIDIA? It sure is looking juicy, but these are my opinions, not yours. Make sure if you are trading, you trade with a stop in mind. And look at that. As we speak, HPX selling off right in that $30 area that we marked out for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's as easy as pie, and I do appreciate you being here because I love having an audience when it comes to this amazing stock market. So we have two more to go through, and then we will be going over PBTS and, of course, XELA for my boy Joey. So, Joey, you stick around, and we will be on top of it like flies on doo-doo. Here we go, guys. We got at 149. Apple is breaking up and into the peak of that liquidity area. Guys, we could just take this and move it right up to show you. This is its area we need to get through. If it can get through there, well, then we got 151 to fight through. So there is plenty to fight with on Apple, but it's looking very constructive, and we want to see this big old boat of a stock stick above that 200-day moving average. And look at that, it jumped and it stuck the landing. 10 out of 10, just above that 200-day moving average. You love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing the dang thing, because if we weren't doing the dang thing, we wouldn't be doing nothing. And you know I like to keep my nose to the grindstone. Now, as yesterday, just as we talked about, we were talking about how dark and dire the stock market was, and I wanted to stay positive for you. So what did I bring up? Google. Why? Google was looking like crap. Yes, it sure was. But I said I needed something to root for, and I drew this area of liquidity because in all the indices, in Amazon, in everything, it looks like there's not much of a base to preach on, to stand up and head higher, right? Right? Well, look at Google. I said I wanted something to fight for, and Google has been trading in its demand area. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen. This thing got bought up big time and headed to the north side. And look at this. We are running into its first patch of liquidity. We talked about this last week when we were on the show. 94, we wanted it to hold. Please hold for us, Google. And it did not. Now we're rooting for it again, and we want to see this thing get back up into the 94 area and hold. You need to hold, Google. If it can hold and then trade sideways and head even higher, the market, the beautiful market, the S&P 500, as you love and know it, will continue trading higher. Now at $400.90, it is just pushing up on the ceiling. It wants out, ladies and gentlemen. It wants out. Let that out of the bag. But do keep in mind, guys, because we're at these highs, just like we were with IWM, we need to revert to the mean and have an understanding. Let's have an understanding right here. This is resistance. This is a psychological area 1 and 2. It has stuttered and stopped 1, 2, 3, 4 times at this area. So, yes, as it's looking good. Yes, I'm a bear with bull horns. I want to see it head higher, but we need to know where we're at. Don't be the dumb money. Yesterday, I had a few trades where I even said out loud, down here, I hope I'm not the dumb money. Now, we made a few bucks shorting SPY. And if you look at this chart, you'll go, how the heck did you do that? Actually, let me put it this way. We came out break even yesterday trying to short where the dumb money would short, right? This is the long area. That's why we ended up buying 6 shares of the VOO down here, guys. 6 shares of the VOO. That's like $2,000 that I put in. That's $2,000. We just set that aside for the YouTube account. We're up $400 or $500 on it now today, and that was an absolute amazing buy down there at the 200-day moving average. So make sure you are the smart money and you're buying up in the bases and you're selling off in the tops. Unless you're a long-term investor, that's not something you want to do. So let's get back to the chat, guys, because you know me, I can talk all stinking day. So I think it was PBTS, was it? PBTS, yes it was. So PBTS. All right, PBTS. Take a little peeky gander at PBTS. So first things first, as you know, if it's trading under the 200-day moving average, I don't care for it. But we will look at both the bullish and the bear bias of PBTS. And while we do that, we will keep HPTX right here up on your right-hand side because goodness gracious, that is one crazy stinking stock. So, Amiri, we are going to be looking at PBTS right here on the left-hand side under its 200-day moving average. So that is bad news. Bears first is first. But on a bullish sentiment, on a bullish side, I do have to say this. If we look at the indications, the inclinations on the volume at the bottom here, we will see that it looks like we are seeing a lot of bigger buyers stepping in here to try and push this stock higher. So if you look at this yellow line on the base right here, this is your average of 20 days. So anything above this is showing very high volume. Now, if you look, because it's created this base, we have some areas that we can use as stop losses. So we have this 8 cents here, right? We have We could even use this. This looks like a nice little spot right here because it's showing these bases here, which is 10 cents. And now it's trading at 11 cents. Now look, now we can come up here to the 1 hour. Now if we look at the 1 hour, we can see it's got resistance here at 11. We know it's got resistance at 14. It's got a lot of overhead resistance, but as we know, on XELA, on TRKA, if it eats through that resistance and wants to trade sideways, we could see this thing shape up and head on higher. But for now, I have to give you my honest opinion, and I would say this is a flaming hot sack of garbage. Now, HPX on the right-hand side, guys, it is trading sideways above that VWAP area. So we want to see this thing. If HPX wants to head higher, we want to see it trading around that VWAP area, trade sideways, and then head on higher. But I think we probably have a lot of overhead resistance in this thing, and if we look on the hourly, we might continue to see this thing sell off. Now, it is looking like it is in a downtrend, but you never know. With this kind of volume showing up today, if it can rotate again, this thing might squeeze to the upside. And speaking of squeezes, we need to take a look at TRKA. But before we look at that, XELA for my boy Joey. Joey, I hope you're still here, brother. I know I'm long-winded, but I try to get to everybody's stock ticker. And I know for a fact, XELA, everybody in this room is watching because we've been over this a few times. So if you'll let me take a little sip, and while I do that, hit that subscribe button because, Joey, I think you're going to like what I got for you. Woo-wee! That's my kind of break, baby. Quick and easy so we can get right back into the stock chart analysis. So I drew this liquidity line out here for you a couple of days ago. If you were here with me 2 or 3 days ago, we talked about we had this beautiful push up with a ton of, not a ton of liquidity, but we have all of this liquidity building. So what do we do when we see these big pushes up? Well, we want to look back to the left and we want to ask ourselves, where is all the volume sitting? Well, most of it is sitting in this area right here. Okay, so what I did is I took this and I just pulled it across so we had a better understanding of where it was. Okay, that's sitting a little higher. Now let me bring it. Here you go. Okay, so see this? All I did was take the VWAP area of its highest liquidity area, okay? Now, it broke up to it, and I said that same day, I said, hey, look, guys, we're seeing a lot of wicks here. You know, when it pushed up here, it's looking like a sell, but if it trades sideways and starts to eat through this volatility, then we have the option to go higher. And look what it's doing, guys. Not only is it eating through that volatility, but it came back in pre-market. We'll throw this on the 5-minute. It came back on that pre-market and it bounced. That is absolutely a bullish sign to this stock. So when we look at stocks like this, now we're going to ask ourselves, where is our risk? If we want to risk this, what's our risk? Well, I said in pre-market, you might actually find yourself a little something right here at this 60-cent area. Okay, I like psychological areas, so like 75 cents. So this is almost looking like it's basing up, right? You could use this as a stop. And if you know your stop, then you know what your risk is, and then you can start feeling a little bit more comfortable in the trade, right? So if we use this as risk, and we say we brought it down just a little bit here, and we use this as risk, and we see volume coming in on this stock, then we can use this as risk and then expect this to move higher. But we do need to keep in mind, okay, just keep in mind, it's well below that 200-day moving average. This is an extremely speculative stock, and I'm almost positive if I look some stuff up on XELA, it's going to be all bad news bears. But aside from the fundamentals, guys, when we're looking at the technical analysis specifically, you can find out a lot of things trade with technicals, and fundamentals do not matter in these low float stocks. So, Joey, if you're still here, brother, I hope you like my analysis because I try to give you both sides of it. I try to give you the bullish and the bearish side so that way you can formulate your own plan, so that way you can have confidence and conviction among your time frames in order to take that money, extrapolate it, and make money, baby, because that's what we want to do here. That's all we're doing here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button, guys. Hit that like button because I am only here for another hour and a half, and boy, do I love it. When you look at that clock, you know you love your stinking job. When you look at that clock and you go, I still got an hour and a half left? Awesome. You know, any other time you look at the clock, you might think, I don't want to be here. We got another hour and a half left. Screw that. I woke up this morning ready and willing. I was here at 6:30 with my boy, New Vision. I know New Vision was up with me this morning, and it was awesome. We chatted about what was already going on in the stock market, sitting in here, making sure everything was ready for you guys, because I want to be prepared for you guys. I want you to show up knowing I got what it takes to bring to you the best show you could possibly bring. And now that we're 30 minutes past the economic calendar data release for the Institution of Supply Management. So let's go ahead and we're going to go to the economic calendar on investing. Now I'm going to show you guys how to do this too, just so you can do your own due diligence. I like to use investing.com. This was actually just shown to me by my boy at Robinhood Stock Market Watch List. I'm actually streaming there today right now. So if you're seeing me on there, hello, you can come visit me on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button when you get here. But I want you guys to know Carlos Moreno is letting me post in that Robinhood Stock Market Watch List. I'm also trying to do my best to be active in the meeting rooms and the learning rooms and all that stuff. So if you're from there, thank you. It's good to see you guys. But this is something that I learned from Carlos, and one of those things is simply this. If you go to investing.com and you click on this news and click on the economic calendar, you'll bring up this, and if you scroll down, you'll have a ton of junk. You can filter that, so only do the US and only do the 3 highest volatility expected, so 3 stars. And then it will give you on the day what is going on. And this will help you understand and get a better sentiment in the market. Now, our forecast for the non-manufacturing PMI was 54.5, and we came pretty close to that expected area. So if we came close to that expected area and the overall market headed up, well, guess what? That was good news for the market, and that's exactly how it took it. So that came out at 10 o'clock today. We're only 30 minutes behind on that, so we're going to have to start using some more alarms to make sure we bring the news to you right away. But as you could tell, there wasn't a huge change in the market sentiment. So HPX still failing at that $30 area that I marked out for you guys. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I am about to start shorting stocks because I'm calling them out left and right, but I'm not taking any trades. What in the heck? And as I say that, look what takes off without me. ARDX. Did I not have an alert on this? No, I did not. But that's A-okay. It's probably going to be the next FSLR, but it's okay. Buying power does get hard to deal with at times to times. So we're at 203.23 on FSLR and ARDX. If you caught it without me, or if you didn't alert me, goodness gracious, what are you doing? Let me know, brothers. So if we were to take this stock, if we were to take it, we would have taken it at the 5-minute range break at 369, risking its 5-minute range break at 339. If you guys want to know how to do the pre-market stock earnings gap up play, I actually have a video of that on my YouTube. So actually what I'll do for you is I'm just going to bring that up right now and I will put it in our chat. Okay, so I think it is a very important stock, I'm sorry, not a stock, but I think it's a very, very good channel to, a very good YouTube to actually watch, because this right here, guys, is going to, I'm posting as David Worrell, actually. There you go. Have a little David Worrell chat in the chat. We got 19 votes, guys, 19 votes if I'm reading it right. We need one more vote. One more vote, and we will be done with this poll. So go ahead, give me one more vote, guys. Give me one more vote. Give me that vote, baby. So let's make sure we're all caught up in chat. We got 19 votes. We only need one more stinking vote, and we are good to go. And as I speak, ARDX is trading higher and higher. This thing looks absolutely beautiful. I can't believe I missed it, but it's A-okay. TRKA is sitting on that 54-cent area. Is this thing wanting to push higher in this area? It needs to hold up here. If it does hold up here, it's very bullish for the stock. So I absolutely like the way TRKA is forming up in this area, but do keep in mind, it is in a supply area. So if you're looking to buy, this isn't the best buy area. Now this thing could take off and go skyrocket to the moon, but if we're looking at a technical basis, guys, technical basis, we'd want to see this thing trade sideways before getting in on a break to go higher, knowing where your risk is at this 53 cents, okay? These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a big chin moving around, talking on the chat for you. So if you don't like what I'm saying, put it in chat. Tell me what you want me to say, baby. As long as that's no cuss words, I'm okay with that. Give me a ticker, give me a subject, and we will talk about it. So let's go back to WE WWE, because we looked at that this morning. I just want to see how that thing played out, just trading sideways. Nothing too crazy there. So I want to go over my trades really quick. We have not looked at them all stinking day. So XM, let's take a peeky gander and see what the damage is. We're up an easy 10 bucks in XM. Now, with the overall market to a terror to the upside, I did truly expect XM to just reach out and head to the north side like absolute crazy. If we look at this thing on the daily, this is actually the first day that it's pulled back in a very long time. In about 2 weeks of time, it's finally pulling back. I'm okay with that because if it wants to retest this area at 1717 one more time before heading higher, it can bring in all the buyers it wants to. I'll be a-okay and happy as a clam if that happens. So good morning, good afternoon almost, guys. It's 10:30. We can still say good morning. Let me get a quick sip of coffee. And matter of fact, got the pot of coffee right here, guys. Goodness. And this is now cold, but that's a-okay. You see it? Yes. Black. Delicious. I don't know about nutritious, but it's got the caffeine. This one's for you, Rabia. Aren't you? Rabia, you're the one that's trying to quit coffee, aren't you? Or is it Amiri? Amiri, are you the one quitting coffee? I know it's one of the two of you. One of the two of you are trying to quit. So this one is not for you. Because if you're trying to quit, then I want you to relax. Don't stay hooked on that stuff for too long, you know? But it's good. It's delicious. It really is good. I really, really do like that coffee. It is amazing. Woo-wee! Wow, what a day. What a day. I'm absolutely loving today. TRKA as we speak, trading at 54 cents. Goodness gracious. I feel like I want to run through all of these stocks from top to bottom, and that's what I'm going to do because, you know what? I think it'll be good for us. SMCI, if you guys remember, I took this play, this extended gap up, okay? It wasn't even a gap up on earnings. I took this trade as a cup and handle, okay? But I missed it, and then after it extended, I bought into it. So this is where we're learning on this trade, and we're going to look at this every single day. I don't care how bad it hurts me. But look, this thing, I played it right, but I was in a few more shares than I was supposed to, right? So I got in here, I held on, and it stopped me out. Okay, it stopped me out. I could probably clean this chart up a little bit for you guys because it does look like duty poo. And as we speak, TRKA trading at 55 cents. Can it push up through and carry on, wayward son? We will see. We're going to keep a very close eye for this for you guys because I know there's a lot of you in here loving that TRKA. So on the right-hand side, we have some more swing trade ideas. Swing trade stocks on the right-hand side and our flying high stocks on the left-hand side. So if we look at SMCI, we got in here, we got out here, and now it's just trading sideways. Why is this a bad trade? Well, look at this 10-day moving average. You guys know I don't like to buy anything extended on the 10-day moving average. So you ask me, Dave, why did you buy in the 10-day moving average or off of it? Well, simply put, guys, trading is hard, and I'm going to make mistakes. This big talking head with this big old chin is going to make mistakes, and I am going to prove it to you that I'm not a loser by learning from them. And I promise you, I will say it to your stinking face, you are a loser. Unless you are learning, then if you are learning, you're only doing yourself a favor because we never make it to where we need to go without learning, right, guys? That is every single day in every avenue of life. You need to learn from your losers. All right, guys, let's, TRKA is looking absolutely phenomenal. Let's move down. Let's see, another painful stock is First Solar. Looking absolutely amazing up here, guys. Absolutely amazing. I know there was quite a few of you in the chat that took some calls on this. You took some calls to the long side and you ate that up. You gobbled it up and it was amazing. I loved getting it in the chat. I got quite a few thank yous. Thank you for going over First Solar. Thank you for bringing this up. Well, guys, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, and that's what I want to do. I want to be your commentator. Yes, your commentator. Your absolutely normal tater tot. That's what I am, a commentator. Let's do it, baby. You know I'm a bear with bull horns. I like to see both sides of the story, and if you like it as much as I do, hit that subscribe button now. IBRK, I was keeping an eye on this one because my boy Richard Mogulin brought this up, and it was trading sideways. Look at the sideways action on a 10-day moving average, just getting up above, now creating this beautiful cup and handle, and it's something that I definitely want to keep my eyes on for the very near future. Now, MNDY, this was a little trade that I made that pulled back a little bit further than I had anticipated. We took this on the 10-day moving average because it was squatting down on it, and you guys know I love to see when things move up higher, pulled back, and then find a squat on the 10-day moving average. Now, I would take this trade again, and I took a very small loss on it. I think a $2 loss on it, which is no big deal if I lose a cup of coffee because I know I got another can sitting right off to the side. So, small share size on these speculative stocks, but we always do it with risk in mind. LTH. Look at this beautiful stock. LTH, I do believe it's a holdings group, so lifetime holdings group. So it's trading well above its 200-day moving average. Remember, guys, we do have earnings coming out on the 8th of this month. So if you're looking at getting into the stock, you might want to wait. If not, I call that a gamble trade. If you're taking a trade before earnings, I consider that a gamble trade. So be very careful if you're getting into those speculative stocks. So I'm going to try and pop in here to the live room one more time to see if I can't get in, but it looks like Facebook is messing up now, but that's a-okay. I'm going to start learning how to talk and deal with these kinks. And yes, kinks, it's tough sometimes, guys. It's tough trading. That's why I got this red one right behind us, under water, under pressure from time to time, ladies and gentlemen. And when you try to do too many things at once, sometimes it can get extremely tough. But that's a-okay. That's why I am here. That's why I am the submarine, because sometimes I am under pressure, but I do love it. That's why I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Now, what do we got going on? Because if I am not talking about it, then you need to be about it. AMD, thank you very much, New Vision. Let's take a peeky gander at AMD. So we know that the semiconductor NVDA on this left-hand side is doing absolutely phenomenal. Why do I bring up NVDA when we look at AMD? Well, a few different reasons, guys. One, we know that NVDA is the leader in this stock. How can we tell? Look how far above this 200-day moving average it is. Now, what's next is a lagger, which is AMD. Now, you guys will always know that I like to rather be in a leader than a lagger. So if you're looking at AMD and you like the way it's shaping up, then really what you should do is we should head on over to NVIDIA because it is the leader rather than the lagger, and they move about the same speed. But if we had to argue for one side or the other, NVIDIA moves at 3.9% ADR as to where AMD moves 3.6%. So where do you want to make more money? If you're bullish in the semiconductors, let's go for the leader rather than the lagger. But if we do look at AMD, just because, let's look at it. Above the 200-day moving average, squatting down on top of the 21-day moving average, and it looks like it's trading sideways with the overall market looking nice and warm. This might be a beautiful trade around this 200-day moving average. But these aren't buy or sell recommendations. This is just me being a talking head that I am. Ooh-wee, brother. But back at it, I do need to point out, if you're looking at a leader or a lagger, we are looking at a leader in NVIDIA. So if you're looking at a stock and you're like, man, this thing is hot, what sector is it in and what chart is doing better than that one? You can do that in many different ways. And if you want to know how to search for the leaders rather than the laggers, we can absolutely go over that, guys. So AMD looking like it is shaping up very, very well. I do like AMD for the long term investing, as long as it's over that 200-day moving average. Why? Well, because under it, it looks like crap, but over it, it looks good, just like every other stock. Argue with me, that's fine. I want to learn something from it. But NVIDIA trading sideways well above that supply area. I need to move out on the hourly for that. Guys, we talked about this stock on the gap up earnings as it sold off. It needed to hold this liquidity area. It did. It bounced, got back out of it. And then I said, we're going to want to see a test. We're going to want to see a test. What is this? This looks like it's testing, and it looks like it's holding. Now, we are on the hourly with a big wick offer sim, wick offer sim right off the bottom there, trying to head back up to where I originally bought it, looking absolutely scrumptious. And I got a buddy, when I took this trade, he goes, NVIDIA to the moon, bro. And I'm like, dude, I know how these stocks are working, and it came right back and stopped me out. This was my stop out price. And what did I learn from this? Well, look at this. It's a double top here. Why is this my stop out price? But I will be very honest, it did stop me out, and I was happy that it stopped me out because this would have been too big of a loss. I would have ended up getting out of here anyway, and I would have taken a bigger loss. So that's why I always respect my stop loss. But next time I look at this and I see this, I'm going to say, hey, I want to buy in on this back price rather than buy in on my 5-minute range. So same thing with our trade from this morning, ARDX. If I were to buy this, I wouldn't want to buy this break. I should be buying somewhere where it back tests, right, guys? So we will see over the course of the next few days how the earnings gap up worked out for this ARDX. But yes, new vision. AMD looks very, very nice, like it's shaping up very, very well, and I do like the stock. Let me just make sure I'm all caught up on everything. Everything is looking very, very good. Absolutely. So, guys, let's go over a few things here. Let's take a look at our boy HPX. Where is HPX? It's not right there, so it's right here. HPX. Now look, guys, called it live right here for you in chat. Boom, HPX, a big gap up on volatility. And what happened? It ran into this 30. I drew this out for you so you had an understanding. What is this gray matter here? This gray matter is what is going to sell into you when you're buying at the top. Okay, Alex said the same thing when we were here. He said, be careful at these highs. We never want to buy these tops. When you see big pushes like this, no, that is a time to sell. That is a time to use that liquidity to get what you already had in out. So, do appreciate you being here, guys. Everything is looking mighty fine. AMR just popped up on my thing. Let me see. Oh, look at this AMR. Goodness gracious. Ooh, I need more buying power, ladies and gentlemen. This looks absolutely great. Let's take a look at AMR. So this has been a leader while the market was looking overall pretty crappy. It stayed above its 200-day moving average, creating this huge pennant on its daily. Now, if we pull back on the weekly, maybe we'll get a little bit more insight of what's going on here. So, William O'Neill, I do believe if he was here with us today, would say this is a beautiful cup with handle, or cup with handle, or cup with handle. So these are cups with handle, guys, and it looks like it's trading right at its peak. Now, it looks like it's really trying to break out here, looking absolutely scrumptious. Goodness gracious, but we have this wick off. Why? Well, because if you look back here, there's going to be a little bit more resistance to get through. But if you want to draw this, like William O'Neill might draw it in the book that I suggested earlier, you would do something like this, guys. And then right here, right stinking here would be your buy-in area. So look at that. Look at this beautiful thing. And we're going to see how AMR shapes up over the course of the next few days. But these are the stocks that I am looking at. These are the stocks that I want to identify because these are the strongest stocks in the market. And if we can identify the leaders that are in the market and we can create a curate ticker list of the market leaders, guess what we have, guys? We have curated an amazing stock list. So when the market decides to go higher, all of these stocks will follow right behind. So AMR just popped up on my list. We brought it to the top, the tippy top of the watch list, so that way we can keep an eye on it. So BFRG, that AI stock we talked about this morning from Joey, I believe, or Tony, one of the two, they brought that up. That is still trading lower, trying to find a base. ONCS, let's go take a peeky gander how that's doing. Yes, came right back up and then sold back down into that demand area. So we will see what ONCS, if it wants to continue to shape up. But like we brought up, this thing doesn't have any volume left. So to the south side, it might go. Now, Boyle, still trading sideways at that $7 area. If you guys remember, I bought a few Boyle this morning because I do like this price area, but don't play my book, play your own hand, because only you will be able to create the confidence and conviction to hold a stock when it driggity drops, okay? So I'm going to keep going through all of these stocks, and I'm going to keep giving you my take. But if you have something that you want up, something you want to take a look at, you need to let me know in chat, guys, because I'm blind as bat unless you say it in chat. And then when you do that, I can react. So go ahead and bring it up, baby, because I want to hear from you. And if you're new to this channel, guys, I do everything. I do the stock market analysis, commentary. We go from small cap, mid cap, large cap to long-term investing. And if you want to see more, hit that subscription button because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Let's go, baby. Let's make some money. So HRTK, I told you guys this morning that I didn't like it because it looked like it was gapping right up into its highs. And so I figured with all of this down here, we're going to at least see some profit taking, and that's exactly what we did. That's exactly what we seen right at the market open. We had a little push to 350 area and then a huge sell-off. So thank goodness it's Friday. My voice is starting to go flat, but today has been one crazy day in the market. I haven't even taken a seat. We rose up right around 7:30, we rose up right before the show started, and I have not sat back down. I'm pacing, I'm feeling good, and as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, this is why I love to do commentary. TRKA now pushing higher up with some volume to back it up. It's trading at 55 cents. It breaking this area might want to liquidate some shorts, and if it can get up even higher, this thing might be able to blast to the north side. But always remember, we want to revert back to the mean, because if things start to get exciting, just know you need to know where your risk is, ladies and gentlemen. Know where your risk is first. Goodness, can you hear my voice going out? It sounds like it's getting deeper. I'm about to start singing some jazz in here, some smooth jazz, baby. Oh yeah, that was a much needed sip. Usually I'm at least 2 coffee cups down and I'm screaming for somebody to please come bring me some backup coffee so I can wake up. But not today, baby. The market is keeping us litty like some biddies on some caffeine as TRKA heads higher. We're at 55 cents. 55.68, 5568.5568. Things are looking good. Things are looking great. If you love it, if you like it, if you want some more of it, just go ahead and vote on that poll. You guys still haven't voted on that poll yet? Are you kidding me? Let me see, we got 21 watching. We can at least get another vote on the stinking poll, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and look at this poll. It's very simple. Does it close above? Does it close below? Will we find out? We only need 20 there, and we only need 20 likes. It's a very, very simple thing that we can do, guys. If we root for me, I root for you. So go ahead and smash that. We beat the like button, and even without me hitting like, we hit that 20. Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much for being here. And while you're here smashing that like button, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Have you heard enough yet? Well, good. Let's go back to the stock market and let's see what's happening. TRAK now pushing up to that 55-cent area, looking absolutely majestic. You know you love to see it. Now, AI on the right-hand side is also pushing up higher. We talked about where we might be able to take some risk. That $25 area looked formidable, holding up very nice. But do keep in mind, guys, as I told you before, we are running right back up into that resistance in that $28 area. So if this thing wants to keep on keeping on, that's A-okay with us. But do keep in mind, the volatility is starting to die out as this thing pushes higher. As to our TRKA, if we take a peeky look at its volume, it looks like it's maintaining its volume throughout the day. Now, it traded about 9 million in pre-market, and to high of day right now, it's traded 36 million. So far, the overall day, it's traded about 45 million shares. 45 million shares in a 50 million float. That means that the float is rotating now, guys. Rotating. What does that mean? It means the float has about 50 million shares in it, and it has traded about 50 million shares, meaning everybody who's owned these shares have about gotten out and gotten back in, or they've gotten out and gotten in so many times that this float has rotated. Now, this thing pushed out of this area and it's coming back to test. After the float has rotated, it might bring in new buyers. If you want to see these things squeeze higher and higher, you need to see new buyers coming in, because people buy, they sell, they buy, they sell, they buy, and once it hits that area where there cannot be any more damage done to everybody that's short selling this thing, they all get out at once because it squeezes higher, higher, higher. To the freaking moon this thing might go, but do keep in mind, these are just my opinions. These are not buy or sell recommendations. I'm just working with the chart that's in front of me. I don't know nothing about this company, but what I do know is the chart is shaping up, and it has been an exciting one all stinking day. So Heiser pops in the chat. He says, HPX is perfect. Absolutely perfect, guys. This is one that you could have made a ton of money on. And with simple stock charting analysis like this, you can learn how to do this exact same thing. That way you can do your due diligence on the stock, find your risk reward areas, and take those trades and take that money right to the bank, baby. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to do. Let me go over my trades really quick with you. So I am in Boyle. I did take a small share size on Boyle, or maybe I did not. I thought we took 2 right here, but we'll have to go back and look at the broker to see what is going on. So HRTG looking like it's trying to shape up, but like I said, I'm seeing this thing in its future to fail. So Let's take a look at XM. I'm in the XM here. It's traded at 17.25, and I averaged into XM back here and then added more at 17. So we bought this thing as a cup and handle, actually. I take that back. We bought this as a cup and handle, and it formed its handle, and we were playing its handle. So we got in at 17. I averaged in. We actually took a decent size amount. We got 55 shares in this. So if this thing wants to move, now it only moves 3.6%, so it is a slower mover. Kind of boring in this situation, but I am in it, and I am in it to win it. So if it wants to break this area, just like it has, but it needs to hold. If this thing holds, trade sideways, and wants to head higher, we might make some big old sacks of cash on this XM. But I'll be holding out until it closes below that 10-day moving average. That is my stop. That is my line in the sand, and that is where I draw the line. So TRKA now trading at 55 cents, looking absolutely delicioso. XELA, we got to check on XELA. So XELA is back down. It traded up here. You could use this top as a risk. We did talk about that nice little push, and then you get short using this as risk. But remember, here is the supply. We have traded quite a bit of volume today, but is this enough volume to hold it up, or is this teetering out? Does this thing want to fizzle out and not trade anymore? So the 75-cent area, because this is breaking, this demand will probably end up turning into supply, and it might just help sell this thing right back off. But I could be completely wrong, guys. This thing might want to shape up and head on higher. We had a few great pushes. We had some clear out of the liquidity, and if it wants to continue, then we will make some money off of it to a north side. But TRKA now pushing up to that 55-cent area. I would say TRKA is definitely shaping up very, very nicely. Let's look at HPE on this right-hand side. This was brought to our attention by our friend New Vision. New Vision, I'm glad to see you. You've been in here all stinking day. You can't ask for support like that. You know, you start a show and then you get this kind of support. You are grateful. So, New Vision, it's awesome to have you, and it's awesome to chat with you on the sidelines as well, brother. So, right now, HPE filled its gap, trading at $15.50. Now, you guys know, if I look at the daily on this thing, right here is its area of liquidity. Right here, right back here, okay? And you can tell the stock has pushed up into it 1, 2, and 3 times, creating this head and shoulders pattern that we have gone over, okay? Now, this head and shoulders, here's one shoulder, here's the head, here's the other shoulder, and now it's pushing down. Now, the only thing that we see after I just drew this for you, I drew this liquidity area, look at what we have. The earnings gap up pushed right up into that liquidity area and then has sold off, forming that beautiful head and shoulders that we are starting to learn about from Mikey G yesterday with the Wyckoff, okay? You guys should read about it, the Wyckoff sediment in the stock chart analysis. Now look at TRKA. We're going to come right back to HPE, but look at TRKA. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. You know you like to see it because we know there are some of you in it to win it, baby. So if you were here this morning, we talked about where you could get entries, where you should get exits, and where if you should hold, where you should take profits. We went through all of it. We've been through every stinking scenario, and this gave us our best scenario. We were talking about this in pre-market. We showed that it shaped up at the 50-cent area, and as it pulled back, we made this liquidity area to show you we are expecting a pullback, and we got that pullback. And then after it pulled back, it shaped up. We talk about the wicks on the 5-minute for you guys, and then first thing in the morning, a push up and a retest. I told you that retest was a great area for a buy, and so did many of you in the chat this morning. That's why I love having all of you here. I can go back and I can say things like, hey, this person said this person said that. So we know that we had 12 years old and fat on TRKA right there at that area. We know that we had, what else? Who else? We had Amira, I believe, asking about that area, that 50-cent area as a risk. There was a couple, all of you. I mean, I'm telling you, we're getting a lot of you guys in chat. We're getting a lot of powerful viewers in here, a lot of awesome traders in here, and you guys bring it up just as quick as I do, and I love it. That's what I want to see in this community. If you want to be a part of this community, hit that subscription button, guys, because we're every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. We're doing it live here with you. Just like this summer rain, things can feel like you're under pressure when you're trading. So if you form a community, it'll help with your conviction. It will help with your sentiment. You guys want to be a part of this. Hit that subscribe button, baby. TRKA now trading at $56. I'm sorry, that would be amazing, right? But it's trading at 56 cents. Let me take a sip and recalibrate. Yeah, so back to PE, guys. I would not recommend buying this thing just because it is looking like crap. But if you like these type of tickers, there is this base here that it has formed. So if you like this 1550 area, you can buy it up using a very, very tight risk here. Now, I'm not telling you to buy, I'm not telling you to sell. I'm just giving you the stock chart analysis. It's really simple, and it's right here in front of your stinking face. You know where the supply is, and you know where it might want to hold, because if it doesn't hold this area, you might want to accept that it might be heading below the 200-day moving average. Why? Well, the last time we had it curl down like this, it headed down lower, right? And it's right in that price area where it didn't come back for a while. So that's my feelings on HPE. Those are my feelings, not yours. New vision, you're absolutely welcome, brother. I am just absolutely blessed to have you with us, brother. So I'm going to try and keep on keeping on. This is the stock I brought up to you guys this morning that was from Offshore Trader. She's on Twitter. I do follow her. And if you follow me on Twitter, you will see all the people that I follow. You can follow anybody that I follow, and they are perfect for swing trading analysis. There's a lot of short cap traders in there too. So if you want to be like-minded, if you want to trade like me, and you want to see the excerpts that I take from everybody else around me, the best thing to do would be to go on my Twitter page, okay? And I don't care if you, I'm not asking you to go onto Twitter and to look me up and to get my profile. It doesn't matter to me. But guys, this is me, and if you want to follow me, you go ahead and follow me. And anytime I post, it will be either my US stock traders commentary, or it'll be like Richard Moglen. It'll be guys like Anirish Security. I've watched quite a few of his trading things. These are all people that we can learn from. Ted Zhang. I mean, he was talking about this same stinking bottom that I was, and I was like, hey, I know this guy. I've been seeing him pop up. I'm going to follow him. Trade the matrix. Now, we talked about this low of liquidity, these clearouts, just like on AI. I talked about that liquidity clearout and that big ramp up, and we got that same thing. I'm learning from all of these people, guys. All of these people I learn from, and I want to regurgitate this information. So if you want to be a like-minded trader, hit that subscribe button and then go to this Twitter page and find me. LoFiTrader, all one word. You can follow me, guys. I don't have a big following, and I love it because I don't take to these very often. But what I like to use social media simply for is to regurgitate the information that I find valuable. It's the best way to do it, because if you go on there and you just scroll, you're going to be mindless monkey scrolling, looking at all the stupid crap. But my Twitter, my Facebook, my Instagram, all of those are only filled up with things that are going to make me better. So, jiu-jitsu and the stock market. So if you follow me, you are following somebody who nose is on that grindstone. And if my nose is on the grindstone, you guys know I'm going to need a new nose eventually. So wait around for pictures of that, right? So I brought up SKYW. And if I'm not looking up something that you want to see, ladies and gentlemen, let me know in the chat. Don't be shy. Don't you cry. We will get to it as soon as we possibly can. Now, we brought up SKYW. This was brought up by Offshore Hunter on Twitter to me. It's trading above its 200-day moving average right now with all of this support below it. Now, what do I want to see? This thing shape up, maybe trade sideways for a day, come back and test this supply area, test this 200-day moving average. But anything above its 200-day moving average, I absolutely like. And with the overall market looking like it's shaping up and things are starting to work out. I'm hearing people go on cruises, people looking at, hey, what's going on out there? I want to fly there. They're looking up prices now. I got a guy who just told me yesterday, Greg, if you're listening, he told me yesterday he is looking for a round trip to Vegas and back, $150 if he books his now. That is some cheap stuff, guys. That's cheap deals. And if they are wheeling and dealing and people are buying, prices are going to go up, and so is the sentiment. This thing is trading at $20.73. I'm going to keep an eye on this for a future buy. This thing moves at 4.8%. CLMT. Now, I bring this up because this is another beautiful cup and handle. Let's see, did I get CLMT? I do. I have a few shares of CLMT. Why is it not down here? CLMT looks like I am slacking. You don't want to be a slacker. All right, guys, so CLMT, why am I looking at this? Because I like the look. I like the stock. Look at this. It's squatting down here on this 10-day moving average, following it very, very well with volume that is decreasing on these pullbacks. So you get a volume up push here with volume pulling back here. Okay, now it's starting to squat down on this area that I drew for you. Why is it squatting there? Because it needs to retest. It's testing this cup. It's creating this handle. And on this daily, look at this, another big cup and handle. That is confluency across the market. Now, these are my opinions. These aren't buy or sell recommendations, but I'm in this stock because I want to expect this thing to move higher. I don't know anything about the fundamentals, and I am just a big old talking head, right? So let's go back to ONCS because my Amiri, thank you. Amiri is in ONCS. Maybe not in ONCS, but she has been keeping a keen eye on ONCS. And just as you say, ONCS dropped it, feel like it's going down. Just as you say that, we pointed these out for you. Look at the last time it was here, Amiri. If you look, it got bought up the last time it was here. That's why I was saying when it gets up here, you need to take some profits. Now, I know that you were you were up in the 260 area, I believe, which is totally understandable because you had a stop loss. And if it's trading back down here, hey, that's A-okay. You get out for your small loss, and then you're good to keep on trading for tomorrow. So good for you for taking that small stop loss. But we need to keep in mind, if we're trading a stock, it doesn't matter if we're down. If we think we broke an area where we don't think it's going to come up any higher, we want to make sure we're taking some out so we take less of a loss. So Amiri, I absolutely love what you did there. I like how you held on to the stock because you said you were up here in this area, you were expecting to go higher, and we talked about the sentiment. We talked about how it's going to come down here and it's going to see a little bounce, but we might not see much. It might trade sideways and continue on higher. We're not sure. But what do? We look at the volume, and we can see that the volume is getting less and less. On this day, where it's supposed to bounce, it's the most. So if we don't see a big bounce here, well, and we don't see a lot of volume here, well, it's probably going to head on lower. So, Amira, I think it was a great idea for you to exit that position and then wait for another trade. But ONCS, I would say next time you get in a trade on ONCS, let's look first where our majority of our liquidity is and draw a line or an area so we know where our best spots to get in. So we're just trying to learn from our trades here, learn from our losers, and keep on keeping on. So Amiri, I really appreciate you bringing that up and letting us know that you're out of that stock. So we can keep an eye on it though, because we want to make sure the stocks that we get out of, if they keep trading sideways, we might find another area to get in. Now TRKA hit that area of 56 cents and then had a mean pullback down to that 55-cent area. So what's going to happen? We don't know. Our crystal ball is BROKE. That's not a ticker symbol. I'm just spelling for the fun of it. So what else do we got going on? She said, thanks to your help, could had made a wiser choice to dump morning time, but happens. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, Amir, we're all learning here. I'm learning with you guys, because if you are learning from somebody who says they've learned it all, run away. You want to run in the opposite direction of that, because Mr. Know-It-All will be wrong wildly in the market, okay? And I will bring up every single day when I'm wrong, because what do we do here? Well, you're a loser unless you're learning. So every single day here, we try to learn. Okay, TA looks like it is an absolute beast. Trading up high here, and I gotta see the sentiment on the SPY, guys. I haven't looked at the SPY in like 30 minutes, it feels like. Let's take a look. Okay, that's not the SPY. SPY. My fat fingers are doing some crazy stuff. Now look at this. Absolutely beautiful. We had to push up. We had to break down. It got bought right back up in that $3.99 area, and it's still trading up here in that $400 area. Trading currently at 497 cents. Creating a nice little flag up top here. But now, guys, please do remember, my sentiment on the market is sideways for a little bit. I think we're going to see at least a few days, just like we did back here, okay, and back here. Now, we've had 1 day and 2 days on it, and this is looking like it's going crazily higher. But we need to keep in mind that this should be the area that it's going to sell off into. Look at all, there's still buying power. There's still stuff overhead. But the fact that it didn't trade in this, it broke out higher and is selling off up here, we can find an earlier base. I think this 400, if we reclaim it, we might trade sideways for a while, guys, and things will look like they're shaping up for all you bulls. And you know I'm a bull. I'm a bear with bull horns, right? So Let's catch up on the chat. Input on XELA, yeah. So we just looked over XELA not too long ago. Actually, let me bring up XELA over here. We'll keep the SPY up over here, and we'll also run through the indices while we do that. So we talked about XELA. We drew this liquidity line out here because we want to make sure that this holds this area. So we know that on XELA, if we look back here, we've talked about it plenty of times, these stocks that come up into these liquidity areas and they sell off. But if it can hold this area, because let me just put it on the hourly, it'll show a little bit more. Here is the sell-off area, okay? I drew this out for you guys so you guys can understand. Now, it already came up into this area its first green day, and it kept selling off. You see all these wicks on this 1 hour? Every time it would come off, it would sell off so stinking hard. Well, then this thing pushed up and it ate through some of that volatility here and is now selling back off into that area because this is pre-market, guys. This is pre-market. So we're still seeing a lot of sell-off in this 8-cent area as it comes back down. But here's the thing. When you see all this overhead sell-off and all this getting eaten up, if this can continue to trade sideways and form a base here, okay, I've been saying it all morning, if this thing can hold these areas and trade sideways on top of the liquidity supply, it might be its new demand. So personally, when it comes to this, Amiri, I want to see this thing trade sideways for a few days. So we looked up XELA. I think it's what is it? What was it, guys? 100 float? I can't remember. Let me see. Yeah, let's look at the float on this thing really quick, guys. XELA, I think it was 100 float, wasn't it? Yeah, 122 million. That's close enough to call it right? So 122 million on XELA. That means it's not going to move crazily fast, but it can move up to 12% ADR. So its average daily range is 12%, but because it's got 100 shares in its float, this thing might slow down, okay? So we got this big push up. It ate away a lot of its liquidity. It pushed up even higher in pre-market, sold off, and now is holding new lower highs on the hourly, right? New lower highs on the hourly. Here's a low. It's making new lower highs, right? I would like to give it more time on the hourly before you actually call it that. But we are trading right into this. I mean, this is a lot of liquidity here. A lot of liquidity, a lot of overhead liquidity. If I had to guess, just pull out that crystal ball, right, and start guessing, I would say this thing doesn't make it past this top. That's just a personal opinion. Now, I would love to see XELA trade sideways for a while and then prove me wrong, but it would need to trade sideways for a while or keep bumping up into this area, keep selling off, and just trade sideways again for a while for this thing to really, really form something nice, okay? So that's my thoughts, not yours, guys, so we'll see what happens. Let's see what John Shields just popped in. He goes, great information today. Thanks much. Always good to have another set of eyes and knowledge. See you Monday. John Shields, thank you so much. You guys know I love getting compliments like that. I'm here for you. So if you guys don't enjoy it, then I'm not going to enjoy it either. So John, I'm glad you're here. I hope I got that subscription from you, brother, because that is the best thing. That and the likes are what does me personal favors to show me that I need to show up every single day and give my best, because so far it's working out, brother, and I absolutely love it. So I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Guys, we got 45 minutes. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that subscription button, baby, because every single day I'm trying to drop some knowledge. It might be about life. It might be about the stock market. It might be about WWE, baby. Watch out for that people's elbow, because you know it's coming. Only kidding. That was just something that we talked about this morning because we were actually looking over the stock WWE. So, guys, I'm going to continue on with what I like to look at, what I like to watch. But if you don't see it, then you need to put it in chat. You need to bring it up so I can bring it up, so I can tickety talk about it, so we can be about it, baby. And that's what we like. Let's extrapolate some money today, ladies and gentlemen, and let's go over my trades really quick. CLMT, I had that nice little push up and then a sell off. So still trading in my buy-in area. Let's take a look at Boyle right there at 705. Looking like it's really coiling up here. That makes me excited. You know I love to see it. And let's go ahead and reduce just a little bit of this information, put it on the hourly, and look at the overall trend of this thing. So we have this huge V bottom, this big sell-off, okay? And as it creates this big booty cup right here, I almost cursed, but this big old booty cup, right? What we want to see is a handle, and now we're getting that handle. And what comes next? Well, if you read the book, How to Make Money in Stocks, we have an overall basis and knowledge of what is actually going to happen in this stock. And if we use a stop loss, if we can maintain a stop loss on these stocks and keep those, knowing where our stop is and where our profit is, we can always extrapolate money from this market, guys. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for appreciate all the comments, all the questions, and all the concern. EMBC not holding that downward trend line. It looks like I'm going to lose a little money on this. With the overall market, we need to bring it up over here. The overall market to the north side as EMBC looking like complete crap. I still like the stock, don't get me wrong, guys, but it looks like crap as the market pulls higher, just screams higher. This stock is inching its way down. Now, I'm still going to use this 31 mark, even though I have taken some damage yesterday. We're down about $100, I found out, after I did all of my trades. I'm down about $100 this month. Yes, I said it, and you'll hear me say it again. I am down $100, baby. Now, we aren't going to act like we're some guru on this, okay? We were up last month about $130, which was absolutely great because my win percentage was only 31%. What does that mean? That means my risk management is key here. It is key here. So what am I going to do? I'm going to preach risk management out of my butt until I am blue in the face, because if it makes money, it can make you money too. So yes, I am down $100, but all those losses were very, very small, and we are looking for big winners. So we are looking for the stocks like XM that held up in the overall downtrend of the market that we lost our money in. We held on to XM. Why? Because it is an outlier, guys. XM is an outlier. What does that mean? It is the best looking stock in the market when the whole market looked like crap. Look at all this pullback on this hourly. The market said this is a duty market. You don't want to invest in anything. As in the meantime, XM said, hold my pop. I'm going to go higher, and we're going to eat some cake while we do it too, baby. So you got this beautiful cup, this beautiful handle, and there I am standing at 17 with money in my hand, ready to execute an order. We took it, and now we're making some coffee, baby. Speaking of coffee, let's catch up on the chat. I need to give a quick cheers to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Coffee commercial incoming. I don't know who's gonna get me a coffee, coffee premiere or whatever, but I think we could sell it, guys. What do you think? I'll reach out to all the coffee places out there. I'll have a coffee pot in the back, and we'll just go over every morning. We'll go over what I'm drinking, how good it tastes. We'll do the, and then we'll sell it. We'll sell it to them, and that's how we'll make money, right? But only kidding, guys. Everything you see here will always be free on this channel. If I do get a coffee subscription or a promotion, that just gives me more reason to dump more time, effort, and energy into my community, into our community, guys. We are everly growing, and I absolutely love it. So, speaking of which, my boy New Vision pops in and says, NVIDIA. Now, guys, we talked about NVIDIA. We talked about everything about it. This is why we leave these indications on this chart. It can look kind of messy, but guys, it gives us a little bit more understanding of what's going on. So we played the earnings gap up. We got stopped out right here. It headed lower and found its base, its supply. It pushed back up, but I told you guys, it pushing back up, we can see my buy-in area at 235 is looking like it has a lot of liquidity willing to sell. And that's exactly what we got here, guys. With the overall market looking like crap, this thing held up high. So NVIDIA is definitely on my watch list to be one of those high-flying stocks when everything comes back around with the SPY. And with the SPY heading higher, these stocks are what I want to see. So let's just make sure we have TRKA up for all of our low float high flyers. We'll make sure we keep it exciting on this right-hand side. We are switching it back and forth, guys. Things look crazy, but you know you love it. TRKA looks like it pulled back and now is bouncing beautifully off that VWAP area. That looks absolutely great for anyone holding this TRKA. Let's go to the 5 minutes. We can see the overall sentiment of the chart. So that bounce off area, we even talked about that 53 cent area being an area of support. Not only did it push up and broke through its its area of demand, but it come back to test it just like we like to see, and it formed a nice little wicky wick off this VWAP. Now, does this continue lower here, or does it want to hold, trade sideways, and head on higher? The best thing for TRKA would be to hold and trade sideways for a few days. If it does that, you'll see more investors, more people shaping up around this area to take it higher. So only time will tell, but TRKA definitely a beautiful mover for the day. So back to NVIDIA, guys. We showed you, we got the lines marked. We know where our lines are in the sand. And this 235 area, 234, 235 area, this is a tight area for this stock. So what happened? We had this beautiful push in pre-market. It broke through this little base of 230 and pushed even higher. First thing in the morning, it ramps up and touches that 235. We talked about the liquidity sitting overhead. We said it's its final boss, right? Now, if it can get through that final boss, what will happen? Well, only time will tell first and foremost, but if it trades sideways in between this diddling in the middle, we might be able to trade sideways and boom, push on higher. NVIDIA being a leader rather than the lagger of AMD, as we spoke about earlier, guys. So AMD also looking like it is shaping up, but if you want to be making the most money you can in this market, you want to be in the leaders rather than the laggers. And in CANSLIM, CANSLIM, the L stands for leader or lagger. So if you remember that acronym from reading this book, the William O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks, you will learn an acronym called CANSLIM, CANSLIM. If I go through it here, I might be kind of embarrassed because I'm on the spot, but C stands for current quarterly earnings. The higher, the better. The more money they make every year is going to be better. So every quarter that comes out, if it's doubling, that's a stock you want to be in. Now, CA is annual earnings per year, right? So currently quarterly. Now let's just go over it right while we're here. Let's go ahead and look at, let's say, FSLR. So if we look at FSLR, we can go ahead and look down here on its financials. What does the financials show us? Well, it looks like on its income statement, let's look at the overlay, it makes it a little easier. If we look at the quarterly, we can see we have from Q1, or let's look at Q4 and Q4. They are earning money every quarter for Q4. You don't want to look at Q1 and look at Q4. You want to look at what they look like during its month. So here's Q4. It's looking a heck of a lot better. Let's look at annual, yearly. It looks like it's 2022 is doing better than 2020, but its best was 2019. So this is definitely a stock that is earning money. Now, as you guys know, I just kind of run through this, but what I really like to see is down here, the basic earning per share. I've highlighted on the bottom. What I like to see is the earning per share constantly going up. Now, this isn't constantly going up. This still is a concept. Why is First Solar doing so well with it not creating a lot of money? Well, the government has stepped in and they're talking about clean and green energy. First Solar being a solar energy, whether you like it or not, whether you're into clean energy or not, it is printing money right now because that is a hot sector. So we identified a leader and a lagger in that sector. First Solar was our leader and ARRY was our lagger. So we will see what First Solar wants to continue to do. I don't even know why I brought up First Solar, guys. Oh, leader lagger, right? So let's keep on moving on. I want to see if we can look at some of these stocks. We haven't in a while. So let's look at OCEA. We brought that up a little bit earlier for you guys. We knew that OCEA was giving a little pop, but I let you guys know VWAP's right back here in the 673 area, so be careful. But we do need to have an understanding that it's creating this little base here at $6. If it can hold this $6 area, guys, it's looking absolutely juicified like a scrumptious steak that just got pulled out of the broiler. Now it's trading at $6.34. Is this something that you want to take? It's not something I want to take. These OCEAs, I'm pretty sure this is such a low float, high flying stock. This can make or break you in a minute. So if you're holding these things overnight, remember, they can tank taking your mortgage with you, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. So let's see, what time is it? It's 11:25. We're going to wait 5 minutes before I give you my spiel, but good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, let me know in the chat what you're watching. I want to be your voice. I want to be your voice, and if you don't like what I'm watching, well, let me know what you want to watch. I don't know. I can't read your mind. My crystal ball broke a long time ago. So SMCI looks like it's still trading down at my stop loss. So I'm not feeling too bad when I look at that thing, as where First Solar, FSLR, now trading at 205.65. What an absolute phenomenal stock First Solar is. So we'll bring up TRKA on the left-hand side just so we have an overall understanding in case we get some of you TRKAs in here. Cherokee Media. I'll call you Cherokeas. Only kidding. If you're here, you're with us. IBKR. Look at this, guys. This is making a beautiful cup and now a handle. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I'm going to go ahead and set my alert on this, but because it's a slower mover, I'm only going to alert. I probably won't play. I like movers that move faster, around the 5% area at least. That's where you're going to make your money. So AMR looks absolutely beautiful here. It has this push up, and now we're getting that pullback that I talked about, guys. So we have this huge pennant that's formed. It's created 1, 2, 3, you can count these, 4, 5 tops, and it broke through that top. Now, what did I say? After it broke through that top, I wanted it to do what? Come back and test. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, ladies and gentlemen. It is coming back to test. Now, what we want to see for the rest of the day after lunch, we want to see this thing at least trading sideways here, not to mention at least maybe see a little bounce up. So if we can get a little bounce up, let's say in this area right here, that would look like it's shaping up very nicely. If not, this might be a top and it will sell off hard. Either way, those are my opinions and not yours. Robert Conover says, why did crypto crash down last night? Well, let's go ahead and take a look at crypto. So when you say crypto, or I hear crypto, what I think of very respectfully is Bitcoin, okay? So when I think of Bitcoin, when I think of any crypto, I think of Bitcoin. So anytime you say equity or stock, I think S&P 500. So if you're going to relate to why did crypto crash, and you're not going to be specific, that's A-okay, brother. I'm going to take it as we're talking about Bitcoin specifically. So that is a great question. Why did Bitcoin crash? Well, I would not consider this a crash. And why don't I consider this a crash? Well, because it has only pulled back. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this on here. Oh boy, BTC. This is not my, this is not where I do a lot of my charting, so you guys can just bear with me here, right? Bear with me here. We're going to get a great idea on what's going on with crypto since we got a crypto bro in here. Let's do this, baby. So what I like to do is I like to pull it off the bottom and bring it to the top, and we're just going to say in one day, it's dropped 6.7%. Now, I actually don't have the average daily range on Bitcoin, but I think we can all agree and we can all say that that was a pretty big fail. Now, if you want me to tell you why, I have to say I don't know. I don't have all the answers. We could look into the news. We could look into a lot of different things. But if I had to give you an overall kind of statement, I would say that this is a constructive pullback. And stocks do not go straight up, guys. They don't go straight up. So when you have this kind of push in Bitcoin, all the way down here from that 317 all the way up to 450 before you even get a pullback, and then even then barely a pullback and then a push higher, guys, this is just looking constructive. Now, it breaking this area, this 438, does look kind of bad for the stock, for Bitcoin. But if it can shape up in this area, look back here, guys, in this 430. We already have this area that could be support. We have all this area, and we have this area at 420 as support as well. So Bitcoin, in my personal opinion, did not crash. Yes, it did have a very big pullback, guys, a very big pullback. But in these stocks, especially anything speculative like cryptocurrency or Bitcoin, you're going to see some pretty emotional moves. When people start to sell, some people start to get scared and sell out quick. When people start to buy and things start to go up higher, people get excited and they buy up quick. These can all be sentiment related. So I do appreciate the question, but do make sure you're zooming out on Bitcoin and you're using more than one time frame. If we use the hourly and we zoom all the way out, we can see this thing is still on an uptrend, right? If we zoom out to the daily, we can see that this thing is still on an uptrend, right? So we still know that in the long term, Bitcoin still looks good. But we do need to know, looking at this daily, that it is extremely volatile and it's going to have moves, okay? But this is not a crash. This is more of a crash, okay, brother? So keep in mind, if you're in Bitcoin and you're hurting right now, just know that this is a constructive pullback. If it breaks down below this 420 area though, then I might be getting a little nervous, okay? So constructive pullback on Bitcoin. I do like the way it looks. And no, I don't have any Bitcoin, but I do look at stocks like RIOT that actually have their miners, their crypto miners, okay? Now it's forming this. I've already created a line and did all this chart analysis for you guys. You can see this uptrend, and then it's starting to form this area, like this base right here. So this is almost looking like a nice stop for it now that it's breaking back up through. And look at this, guys. Here's another. I'm starting to see them all over. I'm gonna have to talk to Mikey again, and then we're gonna catch up on chat really quick, guys. But look at this. A nice cup and handle right here. You know, you get and you can see it on both sides. Like, look at this. If I drew this out. Or not a cup and handle, I'm sorry, head and shoulders, guys. So right here's the shoulder, here's the head, and here's the other shoulder right here. You can use this as your stop for a bigger move to the south side. Now look at the other side. I drew our basing line right here, okay? And look, it breaks through all the way, clearing all this liquidity. And then when it comes back down to test this area, look, if I move this line down and just create, okay, well, here's a shoulder here, here's the head that it broke through, and look, right here is not just another shoulder, but an upward trend line that we could get in, guys. So this is looking absolutely beautiful because a lot of the times when I like these stocks, I draw these out and I buy the breakouts, as you guys seen the past 3 weeks. But the more I learn from a lot of the people that I know, a lot that I learn, and I'm learning all these different new sentiments as well as everything that I've accumulated over the years, I'm starting to learn better ways to get in. And that's what I'm talking about, guys. I know how to make money. What I need to know is how to lose less money. Because if I lose less money, I'm going to have more money, and that makes us happy, right? Makes the wives happy, makes the kids happy. Money, 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 right? So that being said, instead of looking all the time at taking these breakouts or saying, okay, well, I'll take this breakout, or I'll take this breakout, or whatever, or I'll take this top breakout, maybe I start looking at these breakthrough bottoms and these retests. You know, so that's just something that I'm working on, all right? And look at AMR, just as we talked about. Look at this, guys. AMR, oh my gosh, I absolutely love this, guys. If you love stock trading just half as much as I do, I'm serious, half as much as I do, you need to hit that subscription bell because I bring it every single day. I'm giving you the best stock commentary and analysis that you can find on YouTube. And I know for a fact because I scoured YouTube, I seen what was out there. Nobody's nearly as passionate or excited at doing what I do. So if you do it and I do it, we can do it together. Just hit that subscribe button to be a part of the community, baby, because we have a very fast-growing community. I'm very proud of this community because every time I look at the comment section, there's nothing but positivity and awesome stocks and questions being called out, guys. So AMR, this huge cup and handle has a breakthrough, and what did I say? We want to see it retest, and it's retesting. It's looking absolutely great. I might give this a few more hours to play out. So let's catch up on chat. Robert Conover, why did crypto crash? We answered that. Amiri says, Bitcoin for a reversal over the weekend. Amiri, I think that is definitely something that we could see. It's definitely not out of the books. It's definitely looking like it's trying to cook up here. And, you know, this is its supply or its demand area for right now, right? If we're looking at just the hourly, okay, just the hour. This is the daily. So let's look at just the hourly here. Let's see if I can learn how to draw with this thing. We don't want a heart as much as I would like to draw you guys a heart. I want to draw a box here. So I'm not used to using this one very much, guys, but we will get better over time at drawing different things. Let's see. Let's see if I get a box up on here. Goodness gracious, I don't use this one. So I don't use this charting platform, guys, but I will make sure we get better and better every single day with all of our charting platforms. But I usually do a little bit of everything on here, on your Thinkorswim. So not to just back out as quick as I could on you, but yes, I do think Bitcoin is looking healthy for a reversal because we're getting that down, that backwards, that pullback. We're seeing some supply build up there. But guys, if you're going to take along in anything, especially as speculative as cryptocurrency, I want to say start with risk. Can you believe it? I said it. That's right. Robert says, thank you for explaining that. You're absolutely welcome, Robert. I hope I have earned your sentiment, your subscription to YouTube. If you haven't already hit it, please smash that subscription bell. We are trying to grow an amazing community. So thank you for the question. Granny Ranny, cheers to you. Thank you so much. You are my sweet angel. You are my guardian angel. And you are, best of all, known as my grandma, Granny Ranny. So thank you so much for showing up, Grandma. She is one of my biggest supporters here, and I definitely would not be here without my grandma. She raised me from a very small child, and I am so everly grateful, and now she is still here supporting me every single day. Goodbye, Grandma. We love you. All right, now that Granny Randy's gone, we can cuss. Just kidding. We're not Only kidding. We're trying to keep it PG on here because I want everybody to be able to listen and learn. It doesn't matter if you're just getting out of school. I don't care if you're in the old fogey home. I want to be able to spit and say the things I want to say without any repercussions. And with that, come along with it is nothing but respect, guys. I have respect for the people that know how to bite their tongue, that know how to stay, that know how to talk to other people, and I want to be more like that every single day. So, that being said, I use this 4 hours to practice what I preach and to preach what I want to everly live in practice. So, if you can get on board with that, hit that subscribe button, guys, and I'm done saying it because I think I said subscribe one too many times. So we're done with all that. Let's hop right back into the stock market. AMR getting that nice little bounce that we know and love, ladies and gentlemen. You know you love it. The SPY looking absolutely beautiful. I did not expect this of the SPY today. It is still trading at its highs now at 401.39, guys. 401.39. The SPY is just got the gloves on. It's uppercutting the bears. It's just taking those chalked horns and heading higher ever so slowly, but that's what we want. Every pullback is getting met with people buying up, and it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And as I speak, as we talked about this downward trend line, as we talked about Bitcoin maybe finding a nice little bid where it lays, we look at Riot, which is a Bitcoin miner, guys. Bitcoin miner. And look at this. This is a little bit of correlation too, because you'll start to see things like this happen a lot. Now, let me get rid of this. What does this look like? You guys, if you, like, I go over so many charts every single day, and I absolutely love it. But a lot of times you'll see confluency across a few different stocks. Look at this. This looks just like Tesla and NVIDIA's breakout. These are called accumulation setups. And the more I look at these charts and the more you see me looking at these charts, the more you'll be able to understand this. This is an accumulation setup. What is an accumulation setup? Well, don't mind the wicks when I do this, guys, but I'll show you what an accumulation setup is. Look at this high right here. So we pushed up on volume into this high. Boom, we got a high here, one high. Now we have a low here. Here's its low, okay? Now we have a higher low. Now we have a lower high. So here's your higher high. Here is your lower high. Here's another lower high. Here's another lower high. And here's another lower high. Now look at this. We have a lower low. Now we have a higher low and a higher low and a higher low. If you look at this, I know it's looking real messy for you guys, and that's okay. I don't really care how messy this looks as long as we can learn from it. When it creates these, you will find that it's such a tight range, it's got to go one way or another. And when it does that, that gives you your risk and your reward, people. Okay, so this is an accumulation setup. I want you to know it. I want you to learn it, and I want you to love these accumulation setups on the hourly. Why? Because I want you to point them out to me. I have made some big money on accumulation setups, and I have not been seeing them in the market a lot. Okay, so we had this big accumulation setup, this big squirt up here. We could have taken profit after it broke these highs, and we could have brought our profit up to break even, so that way we at least get our half, trying to see the bigger move here, but we didn't, and we would have taken a nice little profit. And now here's an accumulation setup that broke down, but your risk is so small with your accumulation to the high. That's a 1 to 4, 1 to 5. Sometimes if you can carry that last half up, it can be 1 to 20 risk reward on that. So you guys are seeing it all here right now. I called this out right here and it's trying to push higher, but we know we have a lot of fight here. We know that this right here, this is, now we've seen it. I'm just going to draw a line here, right here, guys. So right here is where it took off. So we know it. It's accepted its price at $6.25. Look where it's trading at right now. So what's going to happen here? I can tell you, I can see some things forming up. If we start to see Bitcoin doing well, and this thing wants to trade in this area and holds this area, this won't act as resistance. Right now, it should be acting as its resistance. As we see it try to break up through, and it was acting as support. It breaks down and breaks through. Now this is going to be a hard area to try and get it through because it was its support for so long. Now, if this thing can break up through, trade sideways, or even break up through on volume, that is going to show extreme strength in this Riot, which is a Bitcoin miner, okay? Just like gold have miner, you have miners for Bitcoin, and that is what's going on here. So Riot might be a delectable, devilish, juicy of a trade, but we need to keep an eye on it, guys, and know our risk. First and foremost, if you're going to take something like this, using that low of day might be formidable. Using that low of day might be very formidable. But you could always wait too for this thing to squirt up higher, come back down, and retest like it has so many times on this stock before. A little squirt up, a retest of that 625, and you might have yourself an even better risk reward there, guys. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, go ahead and leave a like, subscribe, all that good stuff. We are here 8 until 12, baby, doing it live for you. Oh, yeah. 401.12 is the SPY, looking amazing right now. Let's go through my trades. Well, CLMT is trading sideways after we got in here. It is retested that breakout area, forming a beautiful cup and handle. I do like CLMT. Now, Boyle, look at good old Boyle trading at 716, finally getting that back test that we asked for in pre-market, and then that buy-in area of $7, now trading higher, looking absolutely respectful. You got to love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think this was Anna, which is also known as SimS, brought this up yesterday, and I thought it was absolutely amazing because this is an ETF, guys, that trades 10.2%. That's a very fast-moving ETF, and when you find something moving that fast and you see volume like this on its base, it's definitely one to keep on your watch list. So I drew out my levels on this, we drew out our base on this, and we drew out our top on this. These aren't our risk rewards, these aren't buy or sell recommendations, but I did say I do like this 7. It pulled back a little too hard for me yesterday and stopped me out, and then pushed well on higher. Yes, sometimes it hurts when you get stopped out, but that's part of learning, and I'm a loser unless I learn from it. So what did we learn from this? Well, either A, we need to have a wider stop, or B, I need to wait back for those breakout and retests, okay? That's what I am seeing with this overall market's new uptrend in this bullish sentiment is simply put, we need to see those retests. Those retests are where the money's at. And I can tell you guys, even on these retests, even these accumulation retests, you can still make money on it as long as you're using good risk reward and you're paying yourself into those pushes. So let's see what Amiri has to say. Since we are on Bitcoin, how is HUT? It's a Bitcoin developer. So HUD8, is that HUDI? No, that's HUD. Is it HUT? Oh yeah, it is just HUT. Sorry, Amiri. Let's take a look at HUT since we are talking about Bitcoin. So this is another mining company, and at least that's what they say. And I can see, guys, right here, we're trying to form a base, at least. Okay, you have this push up and this retest, and it bounced off this 140 area. Now, if I look at the overall sentiment of this market, it really needs to hold this area. But the first thing I see on this thing is its earnings on the 9th. So that's going to be its tall tail. Like, I'm not going to look at this thing. It's under the 200-day moving average until earnings pops up. Now, I think we have HUT on the earnings for this month. I have them somewhere on this hugely long earnings list that we look at just the gappers in the morning. So right now, oh, goodness gracious, GNS. Oh, goodness gracious. Hey, hang on. I got to alert my buddy really quick. Make sure he is all out of this. GNS, Heiser. Heiser, GNS has a crazy push to the high side. Right now we're at 352. Guys, GNS, Genius Group. This is a small cap, low float stock. We will get through HUT in just a second, but I need to make sure we are all warned. We all understand what's going on. We're getting a push in liquidity, and we know that we have a little sell-off area right in here. So be careful. If you're longing this stock, now would be a great time to take some of your profits, know where your risk and reward is, because if this thing pushes up into this basket of liquidity and we don't have a lot of volume backing up, we could have a big sell-off here. So please keep in mind, if you are an investor, if you're a strategist, if you're looking at GNS, this is one of those that can rip your stinking face off. It'll take your nose with it, and it'll break your clavicle on the way. Wow, very gruesome, I know. But we just seen a 58% move in GNS heading straight to the north side. So be careful out there, ladies and gentlemen. Things can get real crispy real fast. That's why if you're shorting down here, it's a bad idea. You always want to be shorting closer to the tops, right? And these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just calling it as I see it. So when I see HUT, I see this level that it broke down, and I see this area of liquidity. So it's got definitely some things that it needs to show us. It needs to prove that it can hold this area or this area, this 150 area, and if it can trade sideways and push up, then we got another boss to face before we face this boss here, okay? So we have a lot going on here. We know that this is more of a lagger in the mining sector. And why do I say it's a lagger? Well, look where it sits on the 200-day moving average, Amiri. This thing is below the 200 moving average, trying to shape up, trying to show us that it's a nice stock to be in, a nice miner. But if we look at RIOT, and that's why I bring up IROT, hold up. So last I remember, RIOT was trading above its 200 moving average, and it is not. So I am mistaken. It is trading below that 200 moving average, and now we also have MARA, which is also trading below that 200 moving average. So they all look like stocks that could end up one being a leader, one being a lagger. So I take back what I said about the leader lagger. I think we'll need more time to figure out which one is going to push up higher on volume first. And as we talk, that GNS is finally smacking into that volume that we pulled over here about 20 seconds ago. It looks like it smacks into it and it's starting to head lower. Now, will this thing bottom out here? I don't know. We have a lot of volume being traded in this area, but do keep in mind we have a lot of bag holders sitting right back here in this volume averaged area. So if this does push higher, I'm thinking a psychological $4, but if it doesn't even get there, we might have a lot of bag holders in this area selling right off into anybody trying to buy it. So please, if you are in this, be careful, guys. This is more of a sell-off short than it is a buy-off takeoff, okay? Because we have too much liquidity overhead. But they are buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a big talking head with a big old chin, and sometimes it slows me down when I talk. So let's go ahead and see. Do we have all caught up in chat? Yes, New Vision, Riot, absolutely. And HUT 8, we will definitely come back and look at that miner again once we see what happens with Bitcoin. So let me look at a few other stocks. Oh yeah, CRUS yesterday popped up on my scanner. I really do like this. It looks like it's trying to hold this 21-day moving average, and it looks like it is going to try and hold this cup and handle. So this is a cup and handle from... Nope, this isn't a cup and handle. It's too far back. So it's trying to form a cup and handle right here. So I have my alert set so that way next time it comes back up in this area, we can look to buy, or better yet, we can look to see it break out. So when it does a little pullback, we can snatch that up and hope, and I say that respectfully, head on higher. So guys, it's 11:48. Let me give you a quick little spiel. Basically, it's about hitting that like button because of a great community and all, and you know, things are cool and this and that, and I talk and 8 to 12 and blah, 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 blah. But we'll just push all that to the side and say, hit that subscribe button, baby, because you know you'll love it. If you don't love it, what are you doing here? If you want to like it more, throw me a little something. Throw me a little tater tot in that chat, and we'll chittity chat about it so we can get you to react. Now, let's see what else is popping off. ETAO looks like it's popping off these bottoms, and you can already tell if you look at the daily chart. What am I going to say about this? Well, goodness gracious, this thing had mega sell-off. On the hourly, it looks like absolute dog crap. Every time it pops up, it sells off. Pops up, sells off. Pops up, sells off. What is this pop going to do? Well, I can say this for one. It has the most traded volume right down here at its base. So, is this the blow-off top? Or is this a form of a new base? Only time will tell. But I can say, back here on its history, anytime we see volume, this thing sells off hard. Now, it's a penny stock now, so we're only going to be able to wait and see in the near future what happens. So this is going to need a little bit of time of trading sideways in order to look any better. But as I say that, SEER looked like on earnings here, guys, this thing gapped up mega high. Let's just take a look. And I think I was looking at SEER this morning, but what did I say about it? I said on SEER, we're looking at the weekly on this thing. Let's look at the daily. No wonder why I was getting a little messed up on that last chart. Wait, we got to bring Riot back up, guys. RIOT, because remember what I said about Riot? I said we're looking for leaders and laggers. Well, look at Riot now. I was on the weekly, guys. This right here, and this chart's going to look like crap now because of all this drawing. But look, this Riot is above that 200-day moving average. That's why I like Riot, and that's why I call it a lagger. Now, because we were on the weekly, we need to bring back up HUT to see where it sits on the 200-day moving average. And look, HUT is below that 200-day moving average, okay? And that is why I choose Riot over HUT, and that's why I choose Riot over Mara. So those are my three mining stocks that we all can look at. But look, Mara's under the 200-day moving average, HUT under the 200-day moving average. So if you are looking for a leader, and if you find one better than this, guys, be a great community and let me know in the comments, because I only want to look at leaders. And if I'm looking at a lagger, I want to know. So right here, in my personal opinion, is your leader in the Bitcoin miner. So don't look at the losers, the laggers. We want to see things move fast now. And this thing also moves at 9.5%, which is great news for any small account holders. If you got a small account, you want to earn big money, you want things to move quicker in the market. So overall, this RIOT, Riot Platforms Incorporated, is looking very formidable, holding new areas at that 630, not new areas, but areas that have already had accepted price. So if you look at this accepted price and it can shape up in that 630 area above the 200-day moving average, I really do like Riot for a beautiful buy to the north side. But that is my opinion, not yours. Make sure you are only trading out of your own book, your own hand, and your own money, or you might get margin called, baby. ACLS. Now, when I see stocks like this, huge sell-offs and huge buy-offs, I don't want to be in stocks like this because I won't hold on to a stock if it breaks down like this. Now, this is beautiful because it cleared out a lot of these buyers up here. They seen this in the morning and they all exited out, and as they exited, people, look at this big move, and that's not what I want to be in. Now, ACLS is still a high flyer. It has still been doing, look at this, amazing stock. Formed a beautiful cup and handle. The first cup and handle failed, but that's why we have stop losses. But this second cup and handle shaped up and broke out on volume and is still continuing to have lots of volume. So I wanted to see it shape up on a 10 or 21-day moving average. But after seeing this huge sell-off, I don't think I want to be in something that has the capabilities or wants or wills to do that. So I will keep my eye on this ACLS, but we don't know for sure what is going to come of it. So let me write Riot on the board. Because I don't want to forget that. I'm basically forming a huge list, because if this SPY wants to keep doing beautiful things above this 200-day moving average, oh my gosh. Speaking of which, as we look, the SPY now trading at 401.70, guys. Things are looking absolutely great for the SPY. You gotta love to see it, because I know each and every one of you at least have some long-term investments, right? A 401k, a Roth IRA, you might have a supplemental, you might have funds, mutual funds, bonds, whatever it is, guys, whatever it is, not bonds, but whatever it is, if you got money in the market one way or another for your long-term investment, this S&P 500 is moving higher today, boys. And let's take a look at the poll. We could probably end that poll with 20 votes, and the poll has ended. What do we get? Above open, 64%, and below the open, 34%. So the sentiment is looking right, but we still have 4 hours of the day left in the trading, but we only have 6 minutes here left with me, guys. So I am thinking one of these days next week, because we are just climbing ever so fast on our subscriptions, one of these days next week, guys, I would like to do an 8 a.m. until a 4 p.m., guys. I think I can do it. I think I can chitty chat all day long about stocks, and I'd like to prove it to you. So we are up to 250 subs. Let's do an all-dayer when we hit 500 subscriptions, guys. Let's do an all-dayer once we hit that 500 subscriptions. So, guys, if you like what you see, if you want to be a part of this ever-growing community, it's amazing. We're up to 258 subscribers, and this is only our 4th week. So get in with us while you can, because we are headed somewhere, man, and I absolutely love it. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this. Hit this like button, hit that subscribe button, and if you didn't join in on the poll, there's always tomorrow to join in on the poll. So it looks like we have that new subscriber, Dev. Thank you so much, Dev. I do appreciate your time. This is what I need, guys. I need more people like you moving in here, making this your home, so that way we can chickadee chat every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So hit that subscribe, guys, because I will be here and I will be doing my best to make some money. And as we talk, as we say money, as we talk about subscriptions and all that good hoopla, we see the SPY trading at new highs of 401.77, back to that 410 area. Here we come, baby. The bulls are taking the market with a strong arm today. You know that's going to be the title tomorrow. If we hold out, it'll be bulls got that strong arm, baby. And you know you love to see it. You love to see it. You know I'm a bear with bull horns, baby. And I love to see people making that money. So what do we have on our list? EMBC, it looks like it's finally starting to give me that little lovely push that we need to the north side. What are we down in EMBC? Well, I'm glad you didn't ask. We are down a total of $6.50 in that. Let's take a look at XM, still shaping up, 30 cents over my buy-in area. What does that give me? A total of $15.47. What is the buyout on this? I want this to go ever living higher, and I will hold on to the stock until it closes below its 10-day moving average. So if this thing wants to shape up and head to the north side, I'm A-okay with that. But if it wants to break on back down, guess who's going to step out for break even? Probably this guy, but only time will tell, and you know I am here to make that money, baby. So we will see. Any other trades? We got CLMT, which is just giving that pullback that we asked for, but we're going to have to wait and see if it wants to shape up. And we, of course, have Boyle that we tried to buy in at $7, now is trading at $7.19. It's looking like a beautiful little curl up here to the north side, but we are extended from that VWAP area, so do keep in mind this ETF is going to trade pretty close around that VWAP area, because these institutional owners are going to take profits when they can and buy up when they can't, because they want to make sure they're giving their investors the perfect amount of buy-in area. So goodness gracious, guys, I wish we had more time. I really do. That's what's great about this job. This is what I absolutely love about this job, guys, is when I look at the time, I get sad when I gotta leave. So that's why I'm already talking about, goodness, and look at Riot. Look at Riot breaking that area that I drew out for you guys, heading higher now, looking great. And isn't that nice? Robert Conover come in here asking a question about Bitcoin. And what happened with that? We went over all the miners in Bitcoin. We talked about Bitcoin and how it could shape up in that area. Because what's Bitcoin? It's just another chart, guys. It's just another chart with more analysis, okay? So if we got Riot here, and Riot wants to push up higher, and I personally think Riot is going to be the leader of this next market. Not Mara, not anything else. I think Riot will be the next Bitcoin leader. This is looking absolutely amazing for Bitcoin, and I do appreciate Robert coming in here. Robert, if you're still in here, thank you so much. Those are the questions we need, because we never would have brought up Riot. We never would have seen this beautiful position that we might be able to get in within the next few days. So thank you so much for showing up. I do appreciate all the comments. And now we're going to bring up NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, we know that we're just trading in the middle. If we buy in anywhere here, guys, we know we're just diddling in the middle, as they like to say on Trader Live. So B. Stewie says, great show, brother. Meta. Hey, B. Stewie, you know I love to hear it. You know I love to hear it. We're going to go ahead and throw Meta up over here on the left-hand side, and we're going to finish going, oh my gosh, Meta. Oh my gosh. You know what Meta's doing right here at this 185 area, guys? I've told you time and time again, be careful. Watch for that sell-off at 185 for it to pull back and then show us some support. Because that 185, guys, is very strengthly. It's very strong, and there's a lot of people hanging out in that area. Now, with the overall market looking so strengthly, it might break on through. But if my analysis is correct, we'll at least see a stutter. We'll at least see a stop Will it break? We'll only be able to tell in a few minutes. But let's go back to NVIDIA, not to get sidetracked here, but we do need to look at NVIDIA on the hourly to get the overall sentiment. If you don't know, zoom out. It'll give you more information and condense the information. So more information, but it's condensed so we can see where the overall psychological areas are, where the emotion is, and we only got 1 minute. So let me finish NVIDIA, and then I will say my goodbyes. Guys, NVIDIA, this is just trading in the middle. You have resistance at 235 we talked about in pre-market, and then you have all the supply down here at 230. So if you want to take a trade in this thing, make sure you get it down lower where you can have a better risk. And if you're taking a short, make sure you get it where there is supply. But right now, if you're just diddling in the middle, you don't know what you want to do. So that being said, guys, be careful with Meta now looking around that 184.50. Remember what I said about 185? Keep that in mind, guys. So I'm going to take off. I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I love to do stock chart analysis, commentary, and you know I love to take live trades in front of you each and every day, guys, each and every day. And I bring the love. I bring the passion. So I got to say a heartfelt thank you to all of my support. Thank you guys so much. You guys show up every single day to pre-market prep to do yourself a favor, and you're doing me a favor too, guys. So thank you guys so much. We had an awesome show today, and here's the thing.